Good evening. Can you hear me, everyone? Okay. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the August 6th regular but virtual regular meeting of the board of the Township of Meridian. And we will start out with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow. Thank you, everyone. We now need the roll call of those in attendance. Mr. Dreyfus.
Greeting. Supervisor Stika.
I'm here.
Clerk Dreyfus is present. Treasurer DeShane. Treasurer DeShane. Okay, moving on. Trustee Jackson.
Here.
Trustee Opsimer.
Here.
Trustee Sunland.
Here.
Trustee Wazinski.
Here.
6 members accounted for.
I know that Mr. DeShane is here someplace, so hopefully he'll show up on the screen shortly. All right, we first have a presentation, a special recognition for water rescue, Ronald Steiner and Brian Reed. I saw a picture here a minute ago on their screen.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Stika. Just as you already did, introduce Ronald Steiner, Brian Reed, and Jackson Reed. And I'll just read a little kind of excerpt of what happened, and then I'll talk a little bit about them, and I'll let them talk. So on Sunday, July 26th, Ronald witnessed an unaccompanied 3-year-old boy near 5911 Boys Isle Drive walking into a small pond. Brian and his son, Jackson, were also at that same pond fishing. Mr. Reed was packing his fishing equipment into the car. His son noticed a 3-year-old in the water and a little bit of struggling to stand. As Mr. Reed was getting ready to run back to the water, Mr. Steiner entered the water at full bore and was able to rescue the young boy who was struggling in the water. As he was rescued, they called 911. Meridian Police and Fire arrived to find a young man, or young boy, a 3-year-old, in the company of Mr. Steiner and Brian and Jackson Reed, and was doing very well. I wanted to bring them on today because this is a pretty heroic event. No clue what would have happened. The boy wandered into the water by himself. No one was around. And so it's what I have put together is a little life-saving award that I'm going to give him eventually. I'll read it and then I'll introduce him. So basically, for your exceptional heroism demonstrated on July 26th while saving the life of your fellow citizen who was struggling, staying afloat in the body of water without hesitation, you made a decision that will forever change the life of another. Mr. Steiner, with the assistance of your fellow citizens and Brian Reed and Jackson Reed, unselfishly risked your life to save the life of another person. Your actions made a difference and saved the life of a fellow citizen. So if you can see Alex on the screen, Alex Steiner is us from Minnesota. He's a student, PhD student at MSU, and has been living here, like I said, for 3 years. And Alex, if you'd like to address everybody, we thank you very much, and I'll give you the floor to talk.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Chief Hamill. So I appreciate you all having me on here today, and thank you very much for the kind words. You know, it was something that was surprising to see early in the morning when I'm watering the flowers out on the balcony. And it hits close to home because I have a small daughter as well, who's about the same age as the little guy. So it's I'm glad we were able to get him out, and it wasn't a more stressful situation than it was. And I heard that they found his parents too, so that was good.
Well, thank you, Alex. We do appreciate you being alert of the surroundings and actually making the effort you made. So on the screen, we have Brian Reed and his son, Jackson Reed, again, who were fishing there, and we're right there ready to go and keeping an eye on the young boy. And I'll let Mr. Reed and Jackson talk if they'd like to.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank you all for having us, Chief Hamill. And we're just thankful that my son noticed him struggling in the water. The sight tough to unsee. And I'm very thankful for Alex, who didn't hesitate. And not only I really have to commend him, because even after rescuing him out of the water, really just hugged him and gave him great care and comforted him, and was really a tremendous thing to watch. And I just commend the police and the fire of Meridian Township too. It was a very very good bad situation that turned good. So we're just thankful that he's still alive.
Mr. Steichen, would you like to talk to him at all, or any other?
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, this is, we're living in some tough times right now with the pandemic and everything else. It's so wonderful to hear a positive story like this. I mean, for citizens to come forward and to do what was done here is just, it's just a wonderful thing. And we thank everybody involved so much. Obviously, lives were changed, as Chief Hamill said, and we truly appreciate it. Do any other board members want to say anything about this, or are we okay? I guess we're good. Thank you again so much. And Chief, will be getting that recognition to them soon?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now we'll move on to citizens addressing agenda items and non-agenda items. I don't hear anything. Is Mr. Geeby's on there?
I am, and we have two people who have raised their hands, and I'll give out the telephone number really quickly while we're here. 517-349-1232 if there are people participating via home TV or if they're watching the live stream on the internet. Again, that telephone number, if you wish to participate by telephone, is 517-349-1232. And then we have two people who are in the Zoom attendee area. The first is appearing to be Mr. Kevin Rorigan, and I'm going to promote him to speak. And I'll ask him to start his comments by stating his name and address for the record, please.
Okay, before he starts, I will quickly remind everybody who wants to speak that when we have our citizens addressing us, they're limited to 3 minutes. We do start with your name and address, and we encourage you to be courteous and hopefully on point, and we're anxious to hear what you have to hear. And we'll now call on Mr. Rorigan.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Rorigan, an attorney with the Loomis Law Firm at 124 West Allegan in Lansing, Michigan. And I'm here representing the Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association. As all of you, I'm sure know, Jack Davis was a resident of the Indian Lakes Estates for many years. He represented the Homeowners Association before this board and elsewhere. We were all shocked and saddened by Jack's passing earlier this year. He was a pillar of the community and will be sorely missed. I worked for and with Jack for almost 25 years, and I've been involved behind the scenes in his representation of the association. Moving forward, the Loomis firm and I will continue to represent the association, and so I just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself to you. My clients have an interest in the ANDEV Group SUP, which appears as item 13A on tonight's agenda. As neighbors to the proposed development, the association has shared a number of concerns with both the developer and the township, and we want to sincerely thank the township and the developer for all that they've done so far to listen to and to address those concerns. Recently, at my client's request, I transmitted a letter to this board and to several other township officials concerning an issue, an updated natural feature survey, which my clients feel was not given a full or fair hearing by the Planning Commission. I want to stress that this does not mean that my clients are anti-development. Instead, it should be seen for what it is. It's an expression of frustration that an issue which my clients feel is important and which they have taken the time and effort to research and educate themselves on was not given a full and meaningful consideration. The purpose of sending the letter was to hopefully ensure that the issues which are important to the association are addressed in a fair and considered way in the future. I know that Joe Pavona, who's the association's president, is going to address you this evening as well, and regarding this issue. And so I'll let him discuss more of the details of the association's concerns when it's his turn. In closing, I would just like to say that on behalf of my client, that we look forward to continuing to work with the township and the developer in a cooperative and respectful way. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Geebies, who do we have up next?
Mr. Rorigan is followed by Mr. Neller, who will be followed by Mr. Pavona.
Okay. Mr. Miller, start out with your name and address. And as I said, you're limited to 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Joe Neller with Green Peak Innovations, located at 10070 Harvest Park in Diamonddale, Michigan. We're item 13D on the agenda this evening. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time for me to talk or if I'll have a time to talk later in the agenda.
Well, you certainly should take advantage of this opportunity.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Green Peak Innovations.
If you're here for a discussion item, we will be in a position to call on you, but you know, it's not necessarily that you would have that full time. So go ahead now and we'll start.
Okay, thank you very much. Green Peak Innovations is seeking a special use permit for a open parcel on Northwind Drive to construct a medical marijuana provisioning center, which would be roughly about 2,700 square feet. We are the largest operator in Michigan's medical and adult use marijuana market. We were one of the first operators to be licensed, receiving our first licenses from the state of Michigan in October of 2018. We are fully vertically integrated, which means that we cultivate and manufacture the products that we sell through our retail and provisioning center locations throughout the state of Michigan, of which we now have 10 stores open. So we are a professional group that has experience in this space. Our ownership group is all from the greater Lansing area, with ties to Meridian Township in particular. One of our owners lived in Meridian Township for more than 30 years. Another lived there for 12 years, and another has lived there for 20 years and still lives in the Chippewa Hills neighborhood. I understand that the board packet includes the details of our location, our design. Our location meets the zoning requirements and the overlays as established by this board of trustees. I also understand through the planning commission process and some communication that there has been some opposition from some neighboring businesses. Two of those neighboring businesses related to Play and Platinum Dance. I believe the owner of the property sent a communication saying that those tenants are no longer in the building and therefore no longer an issue of opposition. I spoke with Mr. Scott Comer of Protege Academy earlier today. He is opposed only because he is uncertain on the impact that our business would have on his operation. I assured him that we would be good neighbors, that we would work with him to ensure safety and security, which we do at all of our locations. And more than a year of operation, have never had any security concerns at any of our locations. And he's still unclear as to whether it would even impact his ability to expand his business to individuals who are not quite yet 18 years old. So other than those few individuals, there has been no opposition through the planning commission process. And so we gratefully look forward to obtaining that special use permit that we seek at a future meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I'll note that I see Mr. DeShane at about 6:13 was able to click into the meeting. Our next speaker, I believe, was Mr. Pavona.
Mr. Pavona is next, followed by Mr. Neller, and then we have a David Lewis Skoll, who may or may not be the caller who just called in and asked if they could participate via Zoom. If that's not you, please call back and we'll make sure we get you in via the phone. Yeah.
I think we had Mr. Neller.
And there's Athena, who's, I'm guessing.
Oh,
the
two
fellow.
Millers. Okay, got it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pavona.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Joe Pavona, and I reside at 4726 Arapahoe Trail, and I also serve as president of Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association. My comments are concerning SUPs 20011 and 20021. First, I'd like to reaffirm Mr. Rorgan's comments in our behalf, including the recognition of our good friend, neighbor, and consular, Mr. Jack Davis. Over these past many months, the residents of Indian Lakes Estates have been responsible citizens and participated in established governmental processes regarding the proposed senior center. We have worked cooperatively not only with all township officials, but also with the developer and the landowner. We have made all parties aware of our concerns, attended meetings, and submitted relevant correspondence. The developer and landowner have listened to our concerns in terms of access, building height, and setbacks. For that, we are very appreciative. However, there are two other key points that are significant to us and should be to the township, that being the surface water management plan and the natural features survey. The developer has agreed to share stormwater calculations and work with us cooperatively. This is an encouraging start, and we look forward to developing an effective plan together. However, left unaddressed is the status of the natural features survey and the failure to give it fair deliberation, which has been further complicated by a procedural error. An error in procedure is one thing, but shutting down debate on an issue of such relevance to the fabric of the township is an entirely different matter. We here in Meridian have been blessed with an abundance of natural resources. The community has developed green space and master plans that reflect and acknowledge our favor. Any member participant, as is the case with the Planning Commission, has a right to end debate, but here in Meridian Township, is that the right thing to do? In our green space plan, we indicate that new development be used as the tool to permanently protect key natural and cultural resources. Our letter from Mr. Rorgan reflects these important points. We also have been on record as not opposing development. Our issues are as stated, and it is important they are fully considered and not brushed aside. We, including the developer and the landowner, have done all that has been asked of us. The landowner and developer have been patient and responsive. Indian Lakes Estates has been engaged and forthcoming, and therefore the recent failure and any results thereof should not and cannot fall on our side of the ledger. In closing, we are asking that not only this project, but all projects follow the guiding principles we have so circumspectly put in place and respect the honest concerns of its residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair and trustees, for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. And I believe we had another person named Miller. Is that right?
We have Mr. David Lewis Skoll is the screen name, followed by Athena.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm speaking as a resident. I'm David Skoll. I live at 4845 Mohican Lane in Indian Lakes Estates, and I'm addressing concerns as a resident of the special use permit by the ANDEV group for the development of a senior center. In the 25 years that I've lived in Meridian Township, one thing that I've really appreciated it is how much effort, time, and really financial resources the board has put into developing really forward-looking and vital planning frameworks. And these are represented in your documents: the master plan from 2017, the green space corridor, the green space plan, the climate sustainability plan. These set a policy framework that I appreciate from your efforts. And I think, however, in this case at least, in practice, the implementation falls short. And I'm urging you to really consider the the process that has unfolded in the planning process for this project so far. The process at the Planning Commission stage was, I would characterize, abrupt, truncated, and left little room for serious deliberation nor consideration of both the residents' concerns and also concerns that were very widely expressed by the commissioners themselves during the deliberations. In particular, the first concern was the submission by the developer of the natural features survey, which is supposed to be a requirement of approval for an SUP. But it is does not meet any credible standards. It is erroneous, misleading, and based on a simplistic and completely inadequate methodology. It's just plain wrong. And there are a number of specific reasons for that that have been specified by our attorney's letter and in a rather lengthy correspondence that I have sent to the Planning Commission and is in your packet, and I encourage you to read it. The staff, furthermore, I have concerns that the staff and the commissioners somewhat dismissal of residents concerned about the water issue when they say things like, or report things like, the developer cannot be held accountable for past development. We have a serious water problem, I believe, related to that development site in general. It's a larger site. It's the second most impervious surface in the township. And I think that it needs to be considered much more seriously. The argument that's...
Thank you. I'm sorry, but your time is up, Mr. School.
Yes, sorry, but thank you. I think you get the gist of it. Thank you for this time.
You're welcome. Was it Athena was next, I believe?
Athena is next, and if I understand what's happening here, she's actually sharing a computer with Mr. Pavona. So we're going to, even though Mr. Pavona has already spoken, we're going to allow his connection to speak one more time, but a different speaker.
Please proceed.
Joe Pavona, I'm not sure where you got that info, but Athena is not with me, so maybe she's online or something on a telephone line.
No, is this right? Can you hear me now? Okay.
We can hear you, Athena. Please give your name and your address.
Athena McLean. I'm a resident at Indian Lakes Estates, 4738 Arapahoe Trail. And I want to address a design, something a little different. It's the design of the project itself. I'm a social scientist with 30 years of experience in long-term care. And I know that the board, before we actually faced the COVID crisis, had approved the special use permit for the 67-bed assisted living facility, the 42 resident locked memory care unit, which will back up some of the houses in our development. Now, even before COVID, these designs with their long wings, some of them had double beds, and with the memory care unit, the locked unit, were actually closer to nursing homes than more innovative structures that are out there that experts and lots of elders prefer to spend their last years in. These more traditional designs, like the ones that are being proposed, bring in more people and more dollars, but infections, as we've seen with COVID, thrive there. In studying the spread of COVID, Professor David Grabowski at Harvard found that it didn't really matter whether a facility was poorly managed or well managed, or whether the population was rich or poor. If the virus was outside, the staff almost invariably brought it inside. It was a design problem, and that's something we'll be facing with this design. COVID has been a game changer. And I hope that the Meridian Township Board, which I think it does, recognizes that. With almost half our nation's deaths occurring in long-term care congregate facilities, policymakers and providers are questioning these traditional designs. One administrator warned that the long-term care industry, quote, can't waste an opportunity to permanently reshape the landscape for a post-COVID world. If we can't get honest about what we need to do, shame on us. This is what she said. Likewise, I would argue if we can't revisit this project and rethink the implications in our post-COVID world, shame on us. There are many models out there that elders love. They've been promoted for 20 years. One example, but not the only one out there, is the Greenhouse Project, which houses 12 residents in a very home-like setting, all private rooms, bathrooms. With over 40,000 residents who died in nursing homes alone, and that doesn't include other congregate facilities. Only
You only have less than half a minute, so please.
one person died in greenhouses. The ABA is saying that we need to defund these kinds of models. One last concern, and that is that this is supposed to target private payers. In COVID era, they may not attract private payers. We may end up with a COVID facility, which draws in 4 times the price of regular facilities. And I don't think that's what we want in our backyard. And I don't think that's what Meridian Township wants. Please reconsider this. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Geeves, do we have someone else?
We have Katie McPherson has just raised her hand. And again, I'll give out the telephone number in case somebody wanted to call in, 517-349-1232. And the connection that's labeled as Katie McPherson is now unable to talk. And please begin your comments with your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Katie McPherson. My address is 4715 Mohican Lane. I too am a resident of Indian Lakes Estates, and I would like to echo the comments of Joe Pavona and David Skoll, and I would like to defer the rest of my time to Joe Zimmerman.
Right. Okay.
I'm on the same.
Somebody, you can only use your time.
He's in the same home as me?
Okay, but he can do his own 3 minutes, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's
okay.
fine. That's fine. I don't believe that I'll need 3 minutes. Again, I'd like to
Introduce yourself and
I'm sorry. My name is Joe Zimmerman, 4715 Mohican Lane. I am also a resident at Indian Lakes Estates. As David Skoll was pointing out previously about the water problems, that's definitely a concern of mine as well. Our property backs up to the creek, and I was able to take drone footage, video footage of the floods that we had here in May, and it's definitely not a good situation. The water problems are very evident here. The dying trees, and my main concern is definitely going to be the water runoff created by development. I know that there's plans in place, but based on existing situation, I don't believe that the current or the existing developments truly were not contributing more to this problem. And I don't have faith that our drain commissioner will address these problems in such a way that prevent further problems. That's all I have.
thank you. Mr. Geeves, do we have anyone else?
We have a caller. Caller, please state your name and address for the public record.
Yeah, this is Tom and Mary Haas, 1491 Franklin, Hazlet, Michigan.
Mr. Haas, I'm sorry, you're going to need to turn down the volume on the device you're listening with. We're getting some feedback.
Oh, sure, I can just mute it. There, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you very much.
Tom and Mary Haas, 1491 Franklin and Hazlet, Michigan. And our comment is, happy birthday to Phil. Happy birthday to Phil. Happy birthday, Mr. Duchesne. Happy birthday to you and many more. Bye, Phil.
Well, they just took something I had on my agenda away from me. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. Okay, anyone else, Mr. Geeves?
We are not hearing any more telephone calls, and there are no hands raised at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to the Township Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'm going to forego a project update. I know you have a long agenda ahead of you this evening. Just a couple of things. I'd like to thank the home TV department, the interns who often go unnoticed to all the volunteer work they put in, and Randy and Andrea and Sam and their staff for the election coverage that they put on, and they worked very hard at it. I also like to thank all of our election inspectors and all the dedication and time that they put in to the election process. I'd like to introduce to you Ben Peacock, who's on the screen this evening. Ben is a new intern in our office. He has an interest in a career in local government. Ben's a graduate of James Madison and at MSU, and is currently enrolled in grad school at Wayne State. And as they say in Congress, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to my good friend from Delhi Township, Joyce Marks, our HR director, who's just done a fabulous job for us over the last 6 years. This is her last meeting. So there's your introduction, Ms. Marks.
Thank you, Manager Walsh. And actually, yes, this is the last board meeting where I am the official Human Resources Director. Seems like years have really gone by quickly. I want to thank the board. Some of you I've worked with more closely than others, but I've had an opportunity to work with 2 different boards. I very much appreciate that opportunity. I came to the township with some specific objectives, and one of the most and probably key objective was to take the HR department and make it a more professional department through the support of Manager Walsh and my co-workers, my team. I've been able to do that. We've been able to make Meridian Township a premier employer, and we've represented that in career fairs. I have really enjoyed the opportunity. I'm turning it over to Abby on Monday, but I'll be working with her throughout the week. I've had a lot of other objectives that I think that most people feel, I believe, that when you take on a job and you leave a job, you leave it better than where you started. And I hope that that is the case for me, that I've left the township in better shape than when I came there. And I wish the best to all of you. And I will be around town. I have family in Meridian Township, so I will be seeing you all either at the farmers market. I'll be participating with my mother at the Willows in particular senior center events. So I'm not far away. I may be in Delhi, but I'll be in Meridian quite often. Again, thank you very much. I've enjoyed working with the township and appreciate all of the support from my directors and from all of the employees through this last 6.5 years. Thank you.
I want to say thank you. Joyce gave us longer than she originally committed to, I believe. And we truly appreciated that. I know she worked extremely well with Mr. Welsh and the other members of the team, and did a lot of contract negotiations, and a lot of dealing with employee issues, and managed to get through all that and still keep her sanity. So we do appreciate it. I know she came up with new sets of policies, and just a lot of stuff happened during her time with us, and it's a wonderful thing. Any other board members want to chime in, or Mr. Dreyfus?
There we go. I said this at a staff meeting, an internal staff meeting, but it's appropriate now to share this with the public at large. I personally have appreciated working with Joyce on a number of HR staffing issues in terms of hiring people. I've appreciated working with her for dealing with other employee type issues that would come up on a somewhat regular basis that deals with different aspects of understanding the union contract or employees' rights or things that they have to do, rules and regulations. And I found Joyce to always be a person that is a good communicator. She listens carefully, she cares and demonstrates her concern. She's impartial and objective and unbiased, which is a rare commodity to find in local government on a consistent basis. She doesn't employ a personal agenda. And she actually shows from her care that she's able to put aside personal bias and any prejudicial input that can come her way. And she actually shows herself to be super professional and understands HR and understands the heart of the matter and how to work with people, which is more than just a collection of HR laws and regulations. And as a result of that, she'll be sorely missed for her ability to not just work on contracts and work on the union, all the stuff that we know she's done, but that one-on-one dealing with people and resolving issues that deal with emotions and deal with the lingering effects of how we have to work with one another. And for all of that, I applaud her and thank her and wish her super good success in what's going to be happening in the next phase of her life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, it's sad that we'd be all just hugging you right now and giving you a slap on the back and a hearty handshake and all that kind of stuff, but we do appreciate everything you did. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Mr. Walsh, it's back to you.
That concludes my report. I think Trustee Jackson had her hand up, Mr. Supervisor.
I missed it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I've actually known Joyce longer than I've been a trustee. I've known her for a long time. And I'd like to personally thank her for helping the things she's done to help me become a better trustee. And she has shown me several things I didn't know and understand and helped me to understand them. So I'll be looking for you all around the community from now on for that chance, that opportunity. We'll meet and get to talk again.
Thank you,
Joyce.
Thank you very much. We were good neighbors and we'll always be friends.
Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you. I'd also like to say to Director Marks, we're going to miss you very much. In the 2 years that I've been, almost 2 years, I've been a full-time township employee. You've been essential in my role as a new director and new treasurer. You really help us in so many ways, managing our staff of 160 people. You provide a level of professionalism that's much appreciated and an inspiration for all township employees. So we'll miss you. Best of luck in retirement.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that very much.
Trustee Absimer.
Yes, I would just like to echo all of my colleagues' thoughts. And obviously, I haven't been able to work as closely with Director Marks as Clerk Dreyfus and Treasurer DeShane have, but I really appreciate your service to the community, and I wish you the very best in retirement, Joyce. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right. I'll see the other hands. Thank you. It's been, well, hopefully we're going to see you around, as you said. And of course, I know you and your husband very well, so definitely we'll see you around. All right.
Thanks, Don.
All right. We now go on to the board member reports of activities and announcements. Okay. The clerk, Dreyfus.
Yes, I have presented the election report for the August 4th election. So this report is for the primary election that took place 2 days ago. I'll start with the Democratic side. Each one I'll report I'll just report the races, and I won't give numbers when it was when the people were running when the candidates were running unopposed. Starting on the Democratic side, the United States Senator Gary Peters ran unopposed. U.S. or Congressional Representative for the 8th District, Alyssa Slotkin, ran unopposed. So, of course, these are all the people who will be nominated by the party and be on the general ballot in November. In the county level, the prosecuting attorney, Carol Seaman, was running unopposed. Sheriff Scott Rigglesworth running unopposed. Again, all obviously on the ballot. For clerk, it was a contested race. Barb Byram received a grand total of 30,189 votes. Dakia Quinney Davis received a total of 13,324 votes. The winner is Barb Byram. Treasurer Eric Schertzing ran unopposed, as well as Derek Quinney, Register of Deeds, Drain Commissioner Patrick Lindeman, County Commissioner 11th District Emily Stivers, County Commission 12th District Mark Holzdorfer, all ran uncontested. For township offices, the supervisor, Ron Stika, ran unopposed. The clerk race was a contested race. Brett Dreyfus received 2,110 votes. Deb Guthrie received 6,716 votes. The winner was Deb Guthrie. Treasurer Phil DeShane ran unopposed. For trustees, I'm going to read these in, I'll read these in alphabetical order. It was a contested race. There were 7 candidates running, and this is in alphabetical order. John Esser received 2,697 votes. Patricia Herring-Jackson received 6,259 votes. Mike Kilashevsky received 2,301 votes. Dan Opsimer received 5,685. James Salahy received 1,431. Kathy Sundlin received 5,143 votes. And Courtney Wazinski received 6,696 votes. The winners are Courtney Wazinski, Kathy Sundlin, Patricia Jackson, and Dan Opsimer. For park commissioners, there were 5 slots, and they were all ran uncontested, so all will move on to the November ballot, and they are Mary Nardo Farris, Amanda Lick, Michael McDonald, Mark Stevens, and Amy Van Antwerp. There were 2 local proposals on the ballot. One was for the Ingham County Elder Millage. There was a total of 2,641 yes votes and a total of 2,374 no votes. The measure passed. For the Emergency Services Authority for 911, there was 2,647 yes votes, and there was 2,144 no votes. The measure passed. So that is the election report in terms of the statistics. To report on some of the actual specifics of the election itself, the results came in particularly late for the AV counting board. All the precincts came in fairly quickly, and most of the precincts were reported in by approximately 11 o'clock at night. I believe 11 o'clock or 11:30. I believe all the precincts had been fully reported, tabulated, and transmitted to the county. The AV counting board, with close to 11,000 ballots that had come back in, was taking a long time to process them, but we were on track. It was going to be a long night. And as a result, unfortunately, what happened is that the cards, the chips that we use to transmit, are copied by the county. And the county, when they copied it, left off a file path that was in our copy. So we did not have a file path that allowed instructions for the AV counting board data to get transmitted to the county. So that took a number of hours and a lot of difficulties in getting that to go. We had the county in on this information from the very beginning. We did what we could at our level. I brought it to the county. I was there all night, like late in the night and early in the morning. They could not get their own equipment to do it. They came back to the township with me, and we're at the township from 6:30 in the morning or 7 in the morning till approximately 9:30 in the morning continuously. And they discovered that it could not be done. And it was a programming error in the chip that was brought to the township from the county. So it's a software error. The county had no choice but to manually enter that information themselves. And it took a number of hours to get that information manually entered into the ballot counting, the tabulated results. And that's why the results came in the afternoon as they did. For the November election, there were some real challenges with the AV counting board trying to maintain the 6-foot distance, as well as staffing concerns. We had originally 16 people signed up as of Saturday when we were open that day. And we had people to do hands-on training work with the equipment, of course. And by Tuesday, we had 5 people cancel on the AV counting board. So we can't simply get people to pop in there on a moment's notice, because people are sequestered there all day and night, and they know it could be 16 or 20 hours. So you cannot just easily get people at the last minute. And we had it set up for 16, and we wound up having 11 people. We set up the room with COVID precautions in place. That had some logistical challenges, but it worked. And in the future, for the November election, we're going to be proposing using the town hall room rather than trying to use the Nelson room. The town hall room will accommodate 3 teams of people rather than the 2 teams that we use. We're also going to expand the team not only to 16 as we planned before, but because we're going to have 3 teams of people, plus we have to account for dropouts, apparently more, we're going to have a backup team as well. So we're going to dramatically increase the staffing resources allocated for the AV counting board. And so we will buy another letter opener. We already have 2 professional industrial letter openers that cost about $1,200 a piece. And they each process like 2,000 envelopes an hour. So we will have a 3rd envelope opener. There'll be 3 teams of people of approximately 5 to 6 people each. And they will cover all the issue of ballot throughput. The problem is not the tabulator. It is not the high-speed tabulator, which can process 2,500 ballots an hour. It is not the tabulator that's the issue. We received 2 tabulators because of problems that we had early on over the weekend. We discovered that the tabulator was not reading the ballots properly when we went through the test again. So we had the county notified and we had our vendor notified, and they came in and changed out our tabulator. What they discovered was that it was another issue with the software programming again. So they did a software fix at their headquarters, figured out how to do it, and we did not need the 2nd tabulator. There was no need for 2 tabulators because we didn't have enough people that would make sense to want to staff it, and it's not going to speed up the issue. The issue is opening the ballots envelope, taking off the tabs, removing the ballot and flattening it out, and then preparing them in groups of 25 for the tabulator person who's actually running, the 2 that are running the tabulator. The issue is not the tabulator. So what we're going to be doing in November is really working on that front end even more, hitting it harder with 3 teams and having a backup team of at least 4 other additional staff people that they're going to be on call in case some of our main team, cancels at the last minute, which is the first time we've ever had that happen, by the way. We've never had people cancel at the last minute like that. And it has to do with COVID fears and, things like that. So that's what occurred. And that's what's going to happen in the November election to alleviate and address anything that we see that had come up in this particular election.
Thank you. Any other report besides your election report?
I do. I have others. So are you going to just cover that now? Cover the other?
Sure.
Okay. Received a letter today from Eric Schertzing, County Treasurer, who, as usual, we have, they're going to be properties, foreclosed properties. So we have the opportunity to be able to list on a foreclosed governmental unit property, and that we can include on any applicable municipal liens to a foreclosed parcel's minimum bid. And I provided the treasurer with a copy of this form so that we can appropriately work with our assessing and property department to put on any liens that we need to attach to the bidding process. That's it.
Thank you. Other board members, reports, activities, or announcements? Treasurer DeShane?
Thank you.
You're muted still, Mr. DeShane. You're muted.
Okay. How's that?
Yep.
For the record, I want to thank Tom and Mary Haas for their birthday wishes. That was very much a surprise, but thank you. Also, I was here a little before 6 for the meeting, had a Zoom crash, and I needed to swap out computers. But I got back here for the start of the meeting. But these virtual meetings do pose challenges. In terms of the past 2 weeks, I attended a meeting of the Election Commission on July 23rd, and today we held an Economic Development Commission meeting. Trustee Sunland, as their appointee, can speak to that meeting later and the actions they took. Regarding the letter that the clerk referenced, I had that actually yesterday and met with the various department heads. What that is giving us the right of first refusal to the properties that there's no interest by other departments in those in acquiring those properties, paying the back taxes. The third one is attached to Namoki Trails. And so that one will likely go before the Land Preservation Board to see if they're interested in acquiring it for the back taxes, which are relatively small, around $2,000. The other two properties we will likely say no to, and they'll go into the land bank auction sometime in the future. It's a common procedure. Those documents get passed around and discussed. And in fact, one of them, Director Kieselbeck and I looked at off of Hatch. It's an interesting parcel. It is completely landlocked by other properties right now. So we can see why it became foreclosed upon, because it's basically inaccessible. Anyway, that is my report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Opsimer, you had your hand up.
Yes. So first item is when the election report was given, I only heard a report on the Democratic ballot and the two ballot questions that were before us from the county.
Mr. Dreyfus, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I left off the Republican side of the agenda. I apologize for that. That was just my mistake. Can I allow me to continue, please? And I'll read the Republican side of the ballot. Thank you, Trustee Opsimer. I had this on two sheets, and I flipped over the other sheet on the Democratic side and never went back to the initial Republican side. So I appreciate that. So this is the Republican primary. There was the United States Senator was a contested race. There were 4 candidates running. Mike Detmer received 3,982 votes. Alan Hoover received 1,741. Paul Jung received 6,655 votes, and Christina Light received 4,341 votes. The winner was Paul Jung. For representative in Congress, or for the 8th Congressional District, there were 2 candidates. There was a contested race. Nate Ross received 5,390 votes, and Clyde Thomas received 2,858 votes, and Nate is the winner. For state representative, Grace Norris was running unopposed, and for prosecuting attorney and the rest here, these are all unopposed. George Plastis is running for prosecuting attorney, unopposed. Sheriff Daniel Wells. For Ingham County Clerk, Joseph Werner, running unopposed. Ingham County Treasurer, Bruce Little, running unopposed. Register of Deeds, Carol Van Dry, running unopposed. Drain Commissioner, Brian Bouchain, running unopposed. County Commissioner, 11th District, Paul Lello, and County Commissioner, 12th District, Sam Frangi, are both running unopposed. And the last thing I wanted to do is to give the statistics, which I didn't give before, and that is the total number of voters that we had. We had a grand total of 13,331 voters in this election, and it was a total voter turnout of 41%. And out of all the ballots cast, 82% of the ballots cast was AV. Absentee voting consisted of 82% of all the ballots cast. So I think those 2 data points also needed to be shared with everybody.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Opsimer.
Yes, I just had one question on when you were explaining the IT difficulties that we experienced with the tabulators. So Clerk Dreyfus, you referenced that there's a card that the tabulator kicks out and that the county comes over and they copy the data on that card file. So if they left off the instruction file on that copy, didn't your office still have the original?
No, it doesn't work that way. They take the programming from the previous election, and then they wipe it out and copy it on that, and then we come and pick up that chip from them. We pick up those chips from them. What we get is the fresh burned copy of the entire thing, basically, and then we run a test on it. And we also test the transmission of all of our gear too. The county comes and tests our transmission equipment, and they tested it and came and it passed. So from as we stand, we assumed that everything was working fine.
Okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to give for my report, I just wanted to make residents aware that the Land Preservation Advisory Board will be meeting for the second time since the pandemic. This meeting is going to be held outdoors at the North Meridian Road Park in the pavilion. So social distancing and masks are required. And that is on Wednesday, August 12th beginning at 6 p.m. And so the address is 5191 Meridian Road. So if residents want to come out, they should feel free to do so. And that concludes my report.
The board members have reports. Ms. Sunland, you have a report?
Yeah, so I met with the Economic Development Corporation this morning, and we had some discussion on a gift card program that we're trying to get up and going. There was a redevelopment fund application for Pine Village, and we denied, and they're going to be resubmitting it. They were not happy with that as of yet. The Meridian Mall, one of the things that was very welcome to hear was that Penny's is staying for now, JCPenney. We were also talking about the marketplace on the green, that there will be a ribbon cutting soon. And that's kind of what we were talking about this morning.
Thank you. Any other board members? Ms. Wazinski, unmute, please.
Thank you. I attended an environmental commission meeting yesterday, and just to report that the environmental commission is pursuing an environmental justice program that may align well with our diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. So I gave them that information. I gave them Trustee Jackson's name, contact, as well as myself. And so that's, that may be an opportunity for a task force member if that's what the task force decides. Also, they're working to implement the tree planting program, as well as still working to develop an alternative recycling event. And we have a new youth member that they've encouraged to help with both of those events and get the younger generation involved in hopes of making that happen quickly. That's my report.
Any other members? Okay, I have a few things to talk about. I was zooming all over the place the last couple of weeks since we met last. The Corridor Improvement Authority. There was a meeting also of the local officials in the area. The Lansing supervisor called together the Lansing mayor, the East Lansing mayor, and 3 or 4 of the supervisors from the area. And we talked about issues and getting together on a more regular basis, something we've tried before and it kind of fell apart. And, we're rededicated to doing that so we can try to share issues and solutions. Participated in the Zoom meeting of with regard to Silverleaf project with the neighborhoods. The Downtown Development Authority Zoomed a meeting. I attended the EDC meeting that was mentioned. And then today there was an update session with our representative in Congress, Ms. Slotkin, about the attempts to get the Senate to agree with some aspects of the House and get some more relief for the nation as well as our state and hopefully locality with regard to COVID. Those are my activities. One last try. All right. We will move on to the approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Moved by Opsimer. Is that a support, Mr. Dreyfus? Okay. All right. All those in favor, I think we can raise our hands on this one. Just put them so we can see them in front of the screen. Yeah, I see all yeses, 7 yeses, Mr. Dreyfus. We have an agenda. We will now move on to the consent agenda, which has communications, minutes from the July 21 virtual regular meeting, and bills. Is there a motion with regard to the consent agenda? Oh, wait, our manager has a question first.
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor, we were going to add a special meeting for September 22nd at 6 p.m. under the consent.
Yeah, I was going to do that separately, but that's fine. You're right. We do need to have a special meeting with regard to the budget, and I was going to call that for September 22nd at the usual time, 6 o'clock. That's a Tuesday. Usually we kind of hold those September Tuesdays in case we do need an extra meeting. The way that things are working out this year, we're probably going to need that for our budget. So I would suggest that we have that then as part of the consent agenda. I would make that motion that be part of the consent agenda.
Can I get that date again, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I get that?
September 22nd, 6 o'clock.
September 22nd, 6 o'clock.
A
Thank you.
special meeting to consider budget.
I support that motion.
Okay. All those in favor of adding that to the consent agenda, say aye. Or put your hands up. Okay, again, 7 yeses.
September 22nd.
Okay, now on the consent agenda itself with A through D now, D being the special meeting, we need a roll call vote on that. Well, do we have the motion first?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Supported by Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Moved by, supported by Jackson. Did you get that, clerk?
Yes, you got
Okay.
that.
For this, we need a roll call.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
supervisor Steichen,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes, treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Consent agenda approved.
Thank you. Item 10 is questions for attorney. Don't have any of those. Now we move on to our hearing, which is Walnut Hills Dangerous Buildings hearing. And we can have that introduced perhaps by staff.
Yeah, good evening. Yep.
It's going to be our attorney, Mr. Matt Kushel.
Good evening, Township Board members. So this is a enforcement hearing under the Dangerous Building Code. The purpose of this hearing is to decide whether the Township Board will approve, disapprove, or modify the hearing officer's decision and order, which was previously entered. The property owner where the dangerous buildings are located, and any interested parties will have an opportunity to explain why the hearing officer's decision and order should not be enforced. The Township Board will hear the evidence of the enforcing agency, which is us, the Township, which will be presented by the Director of Community Planning and Development, and which you also have in your packets. We have both materials from the Dangerous Buildings hearing, which was held before the Dangerous Building Board of Appeals, the Building Board of Appeals, which acted as the hearing officer. And then you also have the order and decision of the hearing officer finding that there was non-compliance with that order that was entered. And then you have the most recent July 15 photos. The Township Board will then have an opportunity to ask any questions. The property owner will then have a chance to address the Township Board and provide any additional statements or evidence that he would like to provide to show whether or not or how the hearing officer's decision should be modified or otherwise enforced. The director could then provide any rebuttal facts regarding the condition of the property. After the presentation by the parties, any other interested parties may then speak, so it's essentially public comment. And then after the hearing, as an action item, which we have later on the agenda, that's when the Township Board would either approve, disapprove, or modify the hearing officer's decision and order. Again, a quick comment on public comment. For folks that speak, state your name, your title, any interest you have in the matter. We're recording it, so we'll all try and be as clear as we can in our microphones here. And then limit your comment period to 3 minutes to allow everyone to speak. And then before I hand it off to the director to give us the summary of where we are and how we got here in the current state of the property, I want to place in the record that the service and notice throughout this process, initially, the senior code enforcement officer acting on behalf of the township served notice of the dangerous conditions of this building on the property and the hearing officer. This notice started the process. A hearing was held before the hearing officer, who again was the Building Board of Appeals, a 3-member panel. The property owner attended that hearing. At the conclusion, the hearing officer issued a decision. That decision was posted on the property owner's property and also mailed as required by the township's ordinance. The decision from the hearing officer, among other things, required that the pool be drained of water and clean and free of debris, and that the clubhouse be secured. Compliance of those items was not met in the time frame that the hearing officer imposed, as indicated in the hearing officer's report of noncompliance, which you have in your packet, which report of noncompliance was also properly served on the property owner and filed with the township board, consistent with the ordinance and statute. The ordinance now requires the township board to hold this enforcement hearing. Notice of this hearing was mailed to the property owner and posted on the property where the buildings are located, again, as required by the ordinance. And service for notice of this hearing was completed on July 21st of this year. And I do see Mr. Schaefer is in attendance and has been promoted to a panelist, so he'll have his opportunity to present as part of the hearing.
So just to reiterate, as I understand it, Mr. Kushel, the department from the representatives of our Department of Building, et cetera, are going to present first. They're going to present the case as was determined by the hearing officer, and then we'll have an opportunity for Mr. Schaefer or whoever he has here to represent him to reply, and any other comments that the public wants to come forward with. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and we'll start then with our staff.
Good evening, board members. Again, as was mentioned, this hearing is to review the order that was issued by the hearing officer. Public hearing was held on June 29th by the hearing officer, and as was mentioned, that's our Building Board of Appeals. We have 3 members that are appointed by the township supervisor that serve on that board. That question was the dangerous buildings and structures at Walnut Hills Country Club. Those structures or buildings included the house along Lake Lansing Road, the clubhouse, the pool and the pool building, maintenance building, and in the order it was called a small building, but actually it's a shed. And the shed and the maintenance building are, if you know that area, are adjacent to the tennis court. As part of the hearing officer did order that all buildings and structures, that those ones I just mentioned, be made safe and fully secure by noon on June 30th. They also ordered that the house, the pool building, the maintenance building, and the shed be demolished by Thursday, August 13th. And then for immediate action, they ordered that the pool be drained and cleaned and the debris in the pool removed by noon on Wednesday, July 1st, and that the clubhouse be made safe and secure by noon on Tuesday, June 30th. At that hearing, they also agreed, the hearing officer and the property owner, to meet out on the site and do an inspection of the conditions of the structures in the buildings, and that was scheduled for July 2nd. And the hearing officer and also our code enforcement officer were there. The owner was not present, and they did find that the clubhouse had not been secured. The pool had been drained somewhat, but the debris had not been removed at that time. They did a second inspection on July 16th and found the same issues again, the non-compliance, and that's what led to the hearing officer issuing the non-compliance report to the board, which initiated this public hearing. I want to mention that in my memo that I did last week, Thursday, I did mention that at that time the clubhouse was secure. That's not the case as of today. We have some more current pictures we're going to show you here in a minute. But the clubhouse itself was vandalized again since that time. Also as part of this, we've not received any permits for the demolition of any of the structures of the building on the site. And you'll see, and Peter's going to put them up on the screen for us here, so you can see them as far as current conditions.
Okay, ready for that? I'm going to share my screen.
Yep.
It'll just take a minute.
Yeah.
And just tell me when to flip through them.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully everybody can see that.
Yeah. This first picture was taken today. This is the house that's along Lake Lansing Road. I know this picture isn't as good. It's covered with trees and stuff right now. If you look in your packet, we had a series of historical pictures and pictures of at the time when the hearing officer held the hearing in June. So the next one, this is the maintenance building, and this is the one near the tennis court, and this was taken on Wednesday. The next one, Peter. This is another one of the maintenance building. This is the shed or the small building that was referenced in the order. This is near the, again, tennis courts. And then you can see this is the pool. It's still filled partially with some water. Some of the debris has not been cleaned out of it yet. And these pictures are the clubhouse. These were taken on Wednesday. You can see where they did have it secure, the plywood's been removed. So there's windows and doors that are open and unsecure. Here's a door, and whoever took off the plywood left it by the building. And this next one is, these windows were broken out previously. They were boarded up, and those have been removed, so they're open again.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you. At this point, if you have any questions regarding the site, our senior code enforcement officer, Joe Wade, he's been monitoring the site on a regular basis, and he can also answer questions if you had it regarding the site and the conditions of the buildings or the structures. So that ends our presentation. If the next, as the property owner gets the opportunity to bring forth testimony.
Before proceeding with the property owner, I would ask if any of the board members want to question any of the staff with regard to the hearing. Mr. Opsimer.
So Mark, in the memo that was prepared in our packet, it states that the 2020 assessment rule for the township assessor placed no value on the buildings or pool. And it further states that if the board determines the cost to repair a building or structure is greater than the state equalized valuation of the building or structure, the owner shall comply with the order of demolition within 21 days. Would that not be factually true then? That the cost would be greater than the state equalized value?
Yeah, and I know the cost to repair the house is going to exceed even the previous assessed value, and maybe Matt can give you a better answer on.
Sure. So you're correct, Trustee Opsimer. That is that's what the law provides for this accelerated 21-day demolition period based on those assessed values. The question for the board really, when it considers that option, as Director Kieselbach was stating there's certainly a strong case for the home down by the road, that any cost to repair that is greater than its structural value. The question on the other buildings is whether you look at the 2019 or the 2020 value of those buildings. So in 2020, you're correct again that the value was listed by the assessor as 0, and that does provide some factual basis for the township board to potentially move forward with an accelerated 21-day demolition schedule for the entire property. However, it is also, when you look at the 2019 assessing record, there's different valuations placed on those buildings, and that's because in 2020, that valuation is really based on a land use. As the township board will recall, there's a consent judgment in place with the current property owner to develop the property, and so it's reasonable that the highest and best use then is vacant for the development as proposed under that consent judgment. But it's so there's a little bit of tension between how those buildings would be construed in the statutory terms of what's their value on. Do you look at the building itself, or do you look at the land use category that the township assessor has placed on the parcel itself? So that's where that distinction comes from, and there is, like I said, a case to be made that you could move forward on an accelerated 21-day schedule for all the buildings. Certainly a very strong case for putting the house, which is in a very dangerous condition, under a 21-day accelerated schedule. And then also, potentially just using because if you don't use the 21-day accelerated, then the property owner will have 60 days to then comply with this order that's issued by the township board. So the other buildings, if they're not accelerated, they would have 60 days, which is October 5th, to complete any demolition that's either affirmed or modified and ordered by this board.
I want to remind everybody, right now, we're only doing fact-finding, so to speak. We're reviewing and analyzing the decision, and then we're going to hear from Mr. Schaefer and his response. We will get to deliberation later in the meeting. I believe Mr. Dreyfus had his hand up. I can get back to you again, Mr. Opsimer, after.
Thank you. I just had a question about, we've seen a lot of the exterior of these buildings, and a little bit, like you could see inside the that shed structure, that's shed. What about the other buildings, like the maintenance building inside? Is it, is a lot of this based on the exterior entries and the fact that people can get in and kids can get in and do the vandalism? Or is the inside, are the bones of the building still good? The structure inside, the structure itself intact, or is the inside also really deteriorating?
I know on the issue with the maintenance building, similar to the clubhouse, it was wide open. It was unsecure. That's one of the definitions for being a dangerous building. I would have to rely on Joe Wade to see if there was any issue with structurally that.
Mark, I think we promoted Joe. If it is Joe, it just says Joe, but Joe should be on the call. If that's you, Joe.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Joe, they're asking about the condition of the maintenance building near the tennis court, and if you've been inside it.
Yeah, so basically the maintenance building by the tennis court, the roof structure on it was like a rolled roof type of roof on it, and it's dangling over the side, as you can see in that one picture. So we have some issues with the roof. We got some spiral cracks in the block of the building, and all the windows were open for a long period of time. So there's some structural issues with that building as well. The house out by the road, that thing is like, it's really dangerous. I mean, the east wall on the outside of that building is bowed. The roof has collapsed on the inside. The floor's collapsed. That's not a safe building to be around. The pool house was severely damaged. when vandalized several times. All the doors, windows were broken. There's some issues on the roof there. The inside of the building, I mean, structurally, as far as the building goes, it's probably sound, but like I said, the cost of repairing it versus the cost of tearing it down and rebuilding, the cost of repairing would be close to that cost of tearing it down with the condition that it's in. The pool is a very dangerous area for wildlife, children, anybody that's on the property. And the property's so vast and open that it's literally impossible to keep someone off of it. And so that's the danger that we're left with there. And the pool has a fence around it, but it's about 4 feet tall. And so, a child that can climb can easily get over that. And so that's the issue we're dealing with the pool. And the clubhouse has just been broken into so many times. I'm just going to say that building is structurally sound. I mean, it's got so much concrete in it. It's not coming down. There's issues, yes, but that building is structurally sound, but it's dangerous because it keeps getting broken into. And what goes on, who's going in there, I don't really know. But it's just virtually impossible to keep people out of it. And that's the danger it's posing to the citizens of the township. So.
I need to go back to Dan because I kind of cut him off earlier. Dan, were you?
Yeah, I just had one other fact-finding question for staff. Director Kieselbach, did I hear you correctly that the property owner has not gotten their demolition permits, and the order must be enforced by next Thursday, so 1 week from today?
Right. We have not received any permits for the demolition. And remember, the house, the pool building, the maintenance building, and the shed were the ones that were ordered to be demolished by August 13th by the hearing officer. Their order for the clubhouse was to secure it and make it safe.
Thank you. That's my final question.
Okay. Other board members? Mr. DeShane.
Yes, a quick question for Chief Plaga, our Chief Hamill. Have we had many calls, incidents up there? As Joe pointed out, this is a very dangerous pool and clubhouse. It seems like a death trap to me. So what kind of calls have we gotten up there, and kind of injuries or any nefarious or criminal behavior have we seen?
The clubhouse in that area is really a magnet for mischief and malicious destruction of property, and kids, youths to go and hang out. We've had several malicious destruction of property reports. The property was posted as no trespassing. We're regularly checking that piece of property, but shy of posting somebody on that location 24/7, it's almost impossible to keep people out of that building. We've not received any reports of injury. I defer to Chief Hamill on that. But as far as calls for service, we are there regularly for people trespassing, doing damage to the property, trying to enter the property without permission.
Thank you.
Did Chief Hamill have a response or not? I see him on here, but maybe he's not listening. Okay. Other board members? If not, we're going to go to Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First off, I think there's a little bit of misinformation out there, but I think we can get this on the right track. Just so you know, permits have been pulled. Michigan Demolition has issued a check to the city for $330 for the soil erosion and the demolition permit. We've also signed the demolition contract We're planning on starting on the house before the end of next week for demolition. It took us a bit of time to get the disconnects from Consumers Energy. I emailed Mr. Wade daily, pretty much on all the correspondence that I've received from Consumers Energy. They bent over backwards for me to get the disconnect on the house. We're waiting for the final confirmation on the rest. So Michigan Demolition is going to be taking down the house, all of the buildings, except for the clubhouse. The pool is going to be removed. And those buildings with the roof rolling up and some of those other smaller buildings, we want to remove these. You know, that house up on Lake Lansing Road has been in that condition way before I purchased the property, but I certainly understand that is a dangerous building. We did spend a great deal of money boarding up the clubhouse, and with days it's been broken into. I have posted some cameras out there, and interestingly enough, we're finding that the person is not driving up the main driveway. They're coming through the Skyline neighborhood. I've had a number of people now arrested and that I'm prosecuting. There were a number of kids that were caught, that the police caught, and I didn't want to ruin anybody's life, and I didn't prosecute them because they were neighborhood kids. But to be honest with you, I would never have expected this type of vandalism in Meridian Township. Frankly, I'm disgusted about it, but we're removing the buildings, and also we are moving forward now with the engineering of the site and moving forward with the development. So Mr. Keiselbach and Mr. Menzer should be receiving some information shortly on that. And as far as the walk goes, I specifically was not invited or asked to attend. So to say that I did not attend, I did offer. I did allow some of the other trustees, they asked for permission. I said it's not a problem. As soon as the demolition of the pool is done, I plan on welding those doors shut or putting up a fence around that clubhouse, but all the other buildings will be removed. And again, like I said, the contract has been signed, and those buildings will be coming down. Obviously, you can't, you know, there was some discussion about the demolition of those buildings, but you can't demolish a building without getting those clearance letters from consumers. We went and got all of the clearance letters in the works now with consumers, and I should have the final ones to remove the rest of the buildings over this next coming week. We do have one on the house, and the house will be, I believe, coming down before Friday of next week. So we are following the instruction of the hearing that we went to. We've done our best. I've communicated with Mr. Wade. It's really a shame that I've had to spend this kind of money to secure this building, and it's constantly getting broken into, which I believe are neighborhood kids. I don't believe people are coming from Lansing or other areas, just from what we've observed out there. So we're taking steps and actions to secure that building and hopefully move forward with a development work out there, hopefully over the next year. So that's where we're at. So if you have any questions.
Do you have documents that support what you just said in terms of?
Absolutely, the letters, all the correspondence.
Wait, please.
Okay.
Now, have you already given those documents to staff so they can?
Yes, they've been emailed, all my correspondences. Every time I've had a correspondence with Consumers Energy, I did send them the McCardle board up invoice, you know, to let them know that we have made an effort to secure that building. And also, you have to, you know, check Michigan Demolition pulled it. It's under Brian Van Order, I think, who is a resident. And I know he has been talking to Mr. Wade, so I was really kind of surprised that it was stated that we have not pulled a permit. We're looking to get those buildings down. I'm tired of getting phone calls from the police in the middle of the night and having to come up to Lansing and monitor what's going on here. These buildings I'm done with it. They're coming down. We were hoping some of those things can be preserved, but enough is enough. I agree with, you know, what the board had said, but you do have that documentation and it has been sent to Mr. Wade.
Mr. Wade, do you in fact have the documentation that supports what Mr. Schaefer said? Mr. Wade?
No, I don't have those documents and they wouldn't be given to me anyway. I did get correspondence from Steve, and but the demo permits go to engineering. I don't get those. I have been in contact with Brian Van Order. I talked to him yesterday. As of yesterday, there was no contract signed. He said he was going to, but hadn't, and that he hasn't been in to pull a demo permit yet. I know that because you can't even pull the permit without the letters from consumers. So if you don't have the letters, you can't get the permit. So I know that he was in the process, but it was waiting on the letters, and that was the last I got from that. So yes, I do know that it's in process, but it hasn't happened. So.
We have the letters for the house, the disconnect. We're working on the rest of the letters and the correspondences that Mr. Wade was sent. It's very evident in there that we're pursuing all of the disconnects. There was no official document, but I copied him on all the correspondence. Edits consumers did not give me any formal documents other than this recent disconnect, which Brian has. Brian has been in. We had to pull the soil erosion permit first. So I'd appreciate it if somebody would check, and if there's something that is not lining up here, please let me know. I could send you the signed demolition contract, which was signed today, which we just received from Mr. Van Order. And we're looking to resolve this issue once and for all, so you're not bothered with the issues out there to this point.
And Mr. Dreyfus, then Mr. Opsimer.
Thank you. I just have a question. I have a question for the property owner. I just want to clearly understand, what is it that you ideally want? So from your point of view, what do you want?
We're going to move forward with the consent judgment. And, you know, as you're aware, in the consent judgment, we weren't required. You brought us into a hearing a year and a half ago, and the judge said, you know, basically threw it out of court. I mean, we weren't obligated to do anything with those buildings, but I understand the safety, the public, and I've endeavored to take care of that, and we are taking care of it now once and for all. And then we're going to be moving forward with our development plan out on the site. So that's what, you know, we're looking at. We were hoping to get started pre-COVID, but it's just been a disaster, as everybody's aware of what's been going on during this period, the last 6 months.
So I'm just trying to be clear here, and I apologize if I'm just being repeating this, but I want to make sure that I understand and that anybody else is clear here. So you're in agreement with the demolishing the buildings, and you're not contesting that, and you're here to basically explain your side and to go along with what's being presented along the way here.
That's correct. Okay, and I'll send here momentarily, because I am at my desk at my office, the signed contract to Mr. Wade, so he has that as well.
Mr. Opsimer, you were next.
Yeah, so Mr. Schaefer, you addressed the residents, the home out by Lake Lansing Road, and you're estimating a Friday demolition, Friday, August 14th for that. How about the pool building, maintenance building, and shed, which
it'll all be following shortly thereafter. Brian wants to get in there and do the entire site, but I've just got to get the clearance letters from consumers, and those correspondence again have been sent to Mr. Wade, that we're endeavoring to get those clearance letters, which I believe we'll have next week, to continue to do the rest of the demolition out there. We can't do anything without it, but we have signed a contract. We're paying 50% of all the costs to Mr. Van Order right up front. So I have no doubt that we're going to get all those buildings down, provided that we're able to furnish you with the appropriate documentation to issue the permit, because I think you're going to require those clearance letters from the utilities before that activity occurs. But we have taking care of the soil erosion. And, I'd appreciate it if this is not true, but I'm seeing an email here, paid the $330 fee for the SESC, which is the soil erosion, and demo permit is what I was just texted just a few minutes ago. And it says if they need confirmation, they need to speak with Frank Walsh, Township Superintendent. So I don't know what Mr. Walsh knows about this, but this is the text that I just received.
Okay, follow-up question on that. So given the lack of ability to secure the clubhouse, has your position changed on that, or are you willing?
We're debating that. I'm going to try to secure it better. Once we get the pool out of there and we get some of the demo done out there and we clear away some of that, I'm going to be putting cameras in there because you know what? This person keeps coming back nightly, and I'm now on a mission to find out who it is. I've got a mother and a daughter that are facing 90 days in prison because they were out strolling around on my property at 12:30 at night. And I did not, I was going to drop the charges, but the prosecutor said, look, Steve, you're having a lot of vandalism out here. So now it's time to set an example to some of these vandals that have been going out there and doing this. And it's really unfortunate because the lady is very nice. I couldn't believe a mother and daughter were caught out there 12:30 painting graffiti on the building, over by where the Skyline neighborhood is. So I'm just frankly disgusted with the vandalism that's been going on out there. And we're going to take action to catch this person, secure this building, remove those buildings, and someone's going to have to pay the consequence of what's gone on out there because there's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage that people have done to this building. And I believe that clubhouse will be coming down here sometime in the future because it's just beyond belief what people have done in this community to this building.
Yes, Mr. Schaefer, as the property owner, you have allowed a very attractive hazard to be developed here. And I think it's important to take issue with your blaming the residents of Skyline for.
I'm not blaming any residents of Skyline.
Let me finish, please. You have allowed a very attractive hazard to develop, like a swimming pool without a fence around it. And it seems like you want to blame the toddler who falls in. This has been your property, and you have let it be left it unsecured. And because the vandals came from the east or west and out of the main driveway with the flashing lights, does not mean it was Skyline residents.
I know. I believe that's where they're coming into my property through that area. They're not driving up my drive. And sir, there is a fence. It has been screwed shut. There has always been a fence around that pool. And that pool is going to be demolished now because I recognize what you're saying. Yes, it is an attractive nuisance. Yes, it does have to be removed, but I didn't know I was going to have these kinds of problems out there with people coming onto that property. I drive up there in the middle of the day and there's residents just strolling through the property or jogging through the property. There's no trespassing signs all over the place. Well, it's very disheartening from my point. I'm not blaming anybody on Skyline. Listen, I've tried to work with the people on Skyline when I started in this endeavor, and I've been communicative and I visited with neighbors. I've sat in people's living rooms over there, but you know what? I agree with you. Enough is enough, and we're taking it down. So we're in the process of moving that along. And again, there is a fence around the pool, but that pool is going to be torn out. It was full of water. We did pump it out. There were some chairs in there. I sent a guy in there and he slipped and went all the way down to the bottom of the pool because of the algae that was in there. So now that we've had some sunshine, I'll try to take the few chairs and things that are in the pool until it is demoed. But that activity is going to happen here within the next couple of weeks. It should hopefully all be underway and most of it completed.
I would encourage you to adopt an attitude of gratitude that you don't have a fatality on your hands with what you have let develop here, rather than anger at the Skyline residents. Because
I'm not angry.
At this point, we're trying to find
angry
the
at the
facts.
Skyline residents, and I do recognize it. But look, this is private property. Other people have pools and things. For people just to freely walk into that property and vandalize it the way it is, you know, I don't even want to say it, but it's wrong. I want to take it down, and I'm going to catch whoever is coming out there, and I am going to prosecute them, because what's happened out there is just a real shame.
One last question. The hearing officer gave you a deadline of August 13th. I understand that you'll have none of this done by the deadline that was given to you.
That was not, the discussion is that we would commence and have an answer by August 15th. We weren't going to get it demoed in 45 days when we talked. There was a deadline as to when we would start taking action. And we are taking action, and I am meeting that deadline. The permit has been submitted to the township. So I don't believe that we're out of compliance in any way, shape, or form with what they asked for, except for maybe the debris in the pool. And I'm going to have the boarding company go back out there tomorrow, because I was just, I just saw the pictures that, you know, Mr. Wade sent of more people entering the building. And I think once the demo is done, I'm going to put a barbed wire fence around it, or a fence around it, or something that you're going to allow me to do to at least protect that building. And there'll be cameras, you know, through there. Once I get all those buildings down, they're not going to be able to hide. We'll be able to see them on camera.
Mr. Walsh, earlier you were referenced. Do you want to comment on that reference?
Well, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My first response would be to Mr. Schaefer, who I've known for a number of years now. When you say you've got a text that reference me getting permits, I don't receive permits. I don't touch the money for permits. Who's texting you, telling you?
Did Mr. Van Order talk to you over the last few days? Have you talked to Brian Van Order?
No.
Not at all?
No, not one bit.
Okay.
And that's not even debatable.
Well, okay, then that's fine. Then I'm just telling you the text that I got. That's right here that says it. All right. I don't know what happened, but I believe I can't believe that Mr. Van Order would lie to me that a check hasn't been paid and that we're pulling a demo permit.
We have the township has, just so the board knows, the township, and I think Director Maisner's on this meeting as well. We have a great relationship with Brian. We trust what Brian Van Order tells us. And when he says he's going to do something, he does it. But just to be clear to the board, as you know, I have a relationship, a very, very close relationship with someone who's been involved with this project. And I've told you from day one, and Mr. Kushel can back this up, our counsel, I have not been involved with this project at all or one bit. The family name was mentioned tonight, and so I'm not following this at all, and I've stayed out of it. And it's up to Mr. Kieselbach, our counsel, and Mr. Menser and Mr. Wade to work through this, and they are to talk to the supervisor about this project. But I will tell you, we've heard a lot of promises over time. I will tell you that.
Okay.
I would just to
Sure,
say
Mr.
quickly,
Kushel, you want to respond with regard to what we heard recently from Mr. Schaefer?
yeah, so the first thing I'll say is just to second exactly what Manager Walsh said in terms of he's conducted himself with absolute professionalism in this whole process. Looking back at some of what Mr. Schaefer said, first he said he wasn't invited to walk the property, but I have an email from Joe Wade just following our dangerous buildings hearing that was sent on June 29th to Mr. Schaefer, inviting him to walk the property on July 2nd at 1 p.m. So, I mean, maybe it got lost somewhere in translation, but he was invited to walk the property. That's the first thing. I would just point out for the board that Mr. Schaefer, in his own remarks, stated there'd been $100,000 in damage to the clubhouse. So it's definitely taking significant damage in its current condition, has not been secured as required by both the hearing officer's order and the dangerous building statute and ordinance. And he even indicated that the damage to the building was quote unquote disgusting. And then third, that the pool was also ordered to be cleaned and drained. It was initially drained, but as you saw in the recent photos from the last 2 days, it does have water in it again. And Mr. Schaefer stated again in his own comments that it was someone went in there to clean it and couldn't even stand on the floor of the pool. So that clearly constituting additional dangerous conditions. I will say regarding the permit, the order required Mr. Schaefer to have a signed demolition contract by August 13th. And then he had additional time to then finish the demolition. So those time frames, he is correct, are not yet late because the contract would have been due on the 13th and demolition of all the buildings needed to be completed no later than September 3rd. The timing that's in question and the violations here are securing the clubhouse, but the way the statute works, this was the next step under the statute and the ordinance because of those violations of the order. And that's what I had in response to the commentary, just again, addressing the facts as that were raised.
Can I add? So I just talked to Mr. Van Order. Mr. Walsh, I have to apologize. He only meant that he knew you. I called him on the phone. He dropped the check off to Denise and Debbie yesterday. I don't know who Denise and Debbie are, but they're at the front desk. So I appreciate it if you'd verify, but we are following the order of the board that we appeared on that Matthew was referring to. So we plan on following that order, and like I said, demo should be starting before the end of next week.
Deputy Manager Perry, you said you had your hand there.
I did. There's been a lot of talk about this demolition permit, and I just wanted to provide a few points of clarification on that. It's not a permit you just come in, fill out, deliver a check, and then you get your permit. There's several components to it, and I think Mr. Van Orden's trying to process that permit. But before the building department will issue a demolition permit, there's things that they have to provide to verify, and some of those are the soil erosion permit, which again they'll have to develop a plan for that. There's a utility disconnect portion that they have to put together and submit that. If a property has a well or septic, the Ingham County Health Department has to be involved. Also, there's due diligence if there's potential contamination too. So there are several things that are involved in that permit, and it sounds like if he submitted a check to Debbie and Denise, that process has been started. Again, I don't have the permit software in front of me to open that up, but that's what it sounds like to me. But I just wanted to clarify that permit is a complex permit.
Any other factual questions from board members? Yes, Ms. Wozinski.
I'm not sure if this is for Director Kieselbach or Mr. Mesner or maybe Mr. Wade. We have the age of the buildings that are slated to be demoed.
I didn't quite hear what.
He's asking about the age of the buildings, age.
And or are the buildings that are going to be demoed pre-1978 or pre-1980?
The house definitely, the maintenance, I would say most of the buildings were probably 70s, maybe late 70s. I don't think there's nothing new there since the 90s.
So prior to demo, do we have a lead inspection or asbestos inspection prior to demo?
That's required because that's why we insist on having a licensed contractor to give us a report, because they need to go in and test for asbestos or lead or any other contamination as part of the building permit, we require that.
So have we received that?
Not, I was not aware of that. It had even been submitted. So again, as Derek said, there's a good process through this. Again, we won't issue it unless the soil erosion is there. We won't issue it unless consumers has signed off on gas and electric. We don't sign off if there is public utilities like water and sewer. Those have to be capped and taken care of prior to issuance. And then again, as I said, we got to have the contractor that's going to do the demolition certify to us that there isn't any contamination like asbestos or lead. Or if it is, then how are they going to take care of that problem?
So are they going to hire a company to do that? Because a demolition company generally isn't certified.
Yeah, I don't know in that case if Michigan Demo has any other certification to do that removal. Joe's worked with them before in the township. I don't know, Joe, do you know if they have?
Mark, they would have to hire a company to abate that. So Michigan Demo doesn't do that.
Trustee Wazinski, just to get back to your question of when they're built, I looked at the assessing record, and if I'm reading it correctly, several of the buildings were built in 1988, the clubhouse and the pro shop. Then one of the other buildings was built in 1966 and another in 1993. And then it's listing the residence as really an early 1900s, maybe even turn of the century home. Hard to say on that, what there is from what time period. But just to give you a sense of building dates.
Thank you. It's likely that the home is going to have both, certainly lead-based paint, but also likely asbestos based on the age. The 1966 building that's up in the air, post 1960, you won't have lead, and post 80, you shouldn't have asbestos. But those are certainly things we want to consider prior to demo.
All right, I think we're getting ready to, we're at this point, I think the hearing is complete. What we need now is that we'll have our discussion later on in the meeting when we get into that action portion, which is coming up in a few minutes. So I'll close the hearing.
Do we need to allow for public comment?
We do, yeah.
Yeah, we should. Either public, I'm sorry about that. It's with this virtual thing. Either public want to comment on this?
Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Geeves?
Thanks.
Mr. Geeves?
I'm sorry, I was switching all the screens over to check. Of course, anyone who would wish to make public comment from the attendees are able to raise their hand at this time. And our telephone number, if somebody wanted to call in, would be 517-349-1232. Again, that number is 517-349-1232. I'm seeing no hands at this time, sir, and we'll wait a few seconds for anyone to call in. That number one last time, 517-349-1232.
Okay, then we will close the hearing and we will go on to our action items. There's only one quick one before we get on to this subject again as a deliberation. So first we have Environmental Commission appointment. We need a motion. Ms. Jackson, you're muted.
I move to approve the appointment of Luca Wazinski as a youth member to the Environmental Commission for a term ending 12/31/2021.
Was that supported? I was distracted.
Support.
Supported by Mr. Ossimer. Okay. I'd like to point out, would anybody have any issues with regard to Ms. Wazinski voting on this? This is her son. A non-voting youth position? Okay, no one wants to raise that issue, so you have no conflict issue. Okay. Then we will now go to a vote. It's just I will do it by roll call simply because the virtual.
I do just want to cut in, and I think it would be appropriate for trustee Wazinski to abstain from voting on the motion.
I thought legally she can't unless we decide that she has a conflict.
You indicated there was a familial relationship, and that's
Right.
always going to fall under your conflict policies.
Well, okay, she can abstain then if that's you're our counsel. If that's what you want, we'll have her abstain. Right. Mr. Dreyfus?
Well, I gotta ask the lawyer a question. It's my understanding that the board has to vote to accept a board member from abstaining, because that was when I was at a conference, that was definitely brought up as an issue.
And
So-
that's what I understood as well. Yes.
So we have to have a vote and we have to have a motion to accept trustee Wazinski's abstaining from this issue.
If that's what she's asking. See, that's why I asked earlier if there was anybody that wanted to press the issue, because if there isn't. then
Well,
we-
now that it's brought up by the attorney, I will make that motion that I move that we accept trustee Wazinski's offer of abstaining on the environmental commission appointment of her son.
Support.
Who did that support?
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. Then let's have a vote on that first.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
supervisor Stika,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes, and treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, now we're back to the motion, which is to appoint as a youth member, non-voting to the Environmental Commission, Luca Wazinski. Let's have the vote.
Trustee Opsimer.
Well, why, we're not gonna have discussion?
Oh, I just assumed we were just gonna go. It's fine. If you want to talk about it, go ahead.
I was gonna start by acknowledging that trustee Jackson made the motion if she would like to go first on discussion. But we jumped.
I'll just say that we discussed it at our last meeting. I believe we were on our way to a unanimous approval. I will just note for the record that Mr. Luca Wazinski is the son of our colleague trustee Courtney Wazinski, that he has asked for appointment to this position, that the Environmental Commission has enthusiastically approved his, recommended his appointment, and therefore I am prepared to vote and have him on that commission.
Now, Mr. Opsimer.
Yeah, so I just want to recognize that Luca is a member of the Okemos High School Earth Club, and he's looking to put that experience to good use, and that is his interest in applying. And he's also a young man who hopes to apply and attend the U.S. Naval Academy upon graduation from Okemos Public Schools. And I just want to take a moment to apologize to Luca and his father for the clunky way that this has all come about. It takes a lot for a young person, even an adult, but especially a young person who is a minor, to come forward. And this item should have been advanced last week, and he should have had the opportunity to have his moment before the board. These are celebratory positions, and they're volunteer positions, and it's very hard to find volunteers to serve on all our boards and commissions. And the way that this has all gone about discourages people from coming forward, especially our youth. But I appreciate his steadfastness, and I know he had a good first meeting with the Environmental Commission, even if his appointment was not formally adopted. And I thank him and his family. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. DeShane.
I too want to thank Luca for applying. And the only problem I have with trustee Jackson's comment mentioning that he is trustee Wazinski's son is it implies that his application doesn't stand alone on its own merits, which it does. Luca, you've got great credentials already for just being a junior at Okemos High School, and appreciate the work you're doing. We're really benefited as a township to have your youth and your enthusiasm on the Environmental Commission, and bringing this energy to the commission will be helpful. And I'm sure you'll share much of what is shared at the commission with other students, and will create even more of a sense of environmental awareness within the township. So we're glad to have you serve. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, you have another comment?
Yes, I'd just like to thank Mr. DeShane for pointing out that error I made. I did not intend at all to suggest that Mr. Wazinski's application was not as stellar as Mr. Opsimer pointed out and you pointed out. And I too thank him very much for being willing to want to participate in this process with us.
Okay. Others? Mr. Dreyfus?
I'm also excited to see Luca join the Environmental Commission as a youth member. He is exceptionally qualified. He's excited to be a member of that team, and I'm glad to see him in that role. And I'm going to just clarify again, very briefly, that in my role as clerk, it's appropriate to ask about what the requirements are to be served on a board or commission. It is unfortunate that sometimes the information comes out and things can get delayed or slow down for a period. In this case, it was for a 2-week period. In addition, it's also appropriate to bring up when there is a family connection, a conflict of interest connection, when anybody has anything like that, it is appropriate for public transparency to bring it up and to fully vet it first. And there's nothing wrong with mentioning when there is that situation coming up. So I think that we've handled it appropriately, and we've done a good job of following our own rules and ordinances to work out the appropriate procedures. And I'm glad to see Luca joining the team. Congratulations and welcome aboard.
We haven't voted yet, but we will be welcoming him very shortly. He is extremely qualified. I mean, if he were 18, I'd like to make him a full-time permanent member of this board. Anyway, all right, are we ready now to vote? Okay, let's vote.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski. I'm sorry, apologize. Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
And Trustee Opsimer.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Welcome aboard now, Mr. Wazinski. Thank you. All right, now we go back to deliberating with regard to the hearing that we held just a few minutes ago. We want to make a motion. We have a number of choices. In order to get the discussion rolling. Yes, Mr. Opsimer.
I will make a motion. I just want one clarification from our attorneys. Now that we're out of fact finding, Matt, if you could just give me your opinion as it relates to the 21-day timeline versus the 60-day timeline, specifically relative to the clubhouse, what would be your legal advice as to which to pursue?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Opsimer. My opinion would be to utilize the 21-day period on only the residents. It is definitely the most dangerous, and it's a strong position for the township to be able to move forward aggressively on that building. And even without utilizing the 21-day period on the other buildings, that keeps the township in a strong position. We're clear about what we're doing and why, and we're also moving very proactively within the timeframes that are permitted under the statute. So that would be my, regarding the 21 time frame period, my recommendation would be to only apply that to the resident.
In that case, I would like to make a motion to modify the order requiring that the owner shall comply with demolition of the residence within 21 days after the date of today's hearing, and complete demolition of the clubhouse within 60 days after the date of today's hearing, in compliance with our township attorney's opinion.
Is there support? Support. All right, now discussion.
So, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, September 3rd, correct, is the date of completion for demolition on the residence currently, right?
I believe that's correct. Let me get
So
it.
the motion on the floor would accelerate that from September 3rd to September 21st for the home, using this assessed value. I attended aside from the residents and accelerating that, you know, the big issue lingering here is the clubhouse. Having brought this issue forward and working with our attorneys, Mr. Wade, Mr. Kieselbach, Mr. Menzer, Manager Walsh, on this, I attended the Building Board of Review meeting, and the township had asked the Building Board of Review to include actually a quicker timeline than what's in the current order, and to include the clubhouse. And the only recommendations that the township had made to the Building Board of Review that were not acquiesced was that quicker timeline, that more expedient timeline, and inclusion of the clubhouse. It's become readily apparent, and I gave myself, Matt, our legal counsel, I believe Principal Planner Menzer, I think we all pointed out during that Building Board of Review meeting that there's sufficient evidence that there is no way possible to secure the clubhouse. It doesn't matter how tall of a fence you build, and it doesn't matter how many sheets of plywood you put on. You know, most of them are being mounted to cinder block and masonry. You can't get the kind of traction that you need to secure those windows and those doors. So I think we need to finish the completion of this. Obviously, we have fall and we have early winter weather coming in Michigan. So this puts us on a path to get it done this year, and that's why it's important. And then the other thing that I think we all need to think about, and I think it was evident during the fact finding, we have so many staff people within the township, and I've spoken to Principal Planner Menzer about this, and I just frankly apologize to him because this should not be something that our Chief of Police, that Director Kieselbach, that Principal Planner Menzer, that Joe Wade deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's taking up extremely exhaustive resources. So the motion before us, once it's executed and carried out, we'll finally get rid of this issue and we'll stop exhausting all of the staff time and resource. Because frankly, if we don't do it, it's just going to continue month in and month out for years and years and years. The only time it ever seems to go away is in the winter when nobody frankly wants to go back and check out the clubhouse, but I'm sure there's still vagrancy and issues back there. It just kind of goes further by the wayside. So those are the core issues before us, and this will bring hopefully resolution to this full issue in October. Thank you.
Supervisor Syka, just quickly, Trustee Opsmer, you were correct. September 3rd is the current demolition timeline. This will accelerate the house to August 27th, which is 21 days from today. And then the remaining buildings, including the clubhouse under this motion, would then be moved to October 5th, 2020. So all the buildings would get moved to October 5th, 2020. And again, that's just the way the statute it works. But the house would be accelerated.
All the board members?
Could I raise a question?
Yes.
Does the order require attempts to secure these buildings even through October the 5th?
Yes, Trustee Jackson, paragraph 2A of the proposed resolution would require all structures to be made safe and fully secured until demolished.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Deshane.
I support Trustee Opsmer's motion. I think the timeline is reasonable. And I appreciate his comment about the enormous amount of staff time this is consuming. And again, I think the bigger factor is the safety. That hazard this poses to the safety of our residents, particularly the adjoining neighbors. And every day that it goes on is this hazard, the more likely a bad outcome is likely to come from this. So the sooner we get this done, the better. 60 days is as far out as I'd be willing to go for demolition of the clubhouse.
Ms. Wazowski.
I'll just concur with that as well. I feel like it's been entirely too long. We haven't taken the owner itself has not taken the steps to make sure this is secure. It's inevitable you're going to get vandalism when you have vacant buildings and when they're in a condition that they're in. So I also want to apologize to our staff, also commend them for the amount of time and effort they put in. And hopefully we can take care of this soon.
All right. I would comment that, if this is a virtue, we're all angels at this point. This thing has just gone on forever, much too long. And I think I speak for all of us that we'd like it all taken care of tomorrow. This is ridiculous in terms of the safety issues to our members of our community and anybody. I mean, but the neighbors, what they've had to put up with, everything else. And I totally support, though, what the motion is that Mr. Opsmer chose. All right, then I guess we're ready to vote, Mr. Dreyfus. Oh, Mr. Opsmer, something else?
Yeah, I just had one final thought for staff. Just during the hearing and during the fact finding, several things were referenced regarding the pool from the property owner in a manner that made me think it might be unclear that the pool does need to be demolished under the order as it was brought to us even tonight before the amendment. So that might need to be clarified. So just a thought for staff and our council.
Also, do you have any comment on that? Matthew?
That's absolutely correct. The pool is required to be demolished and filled in under both the Building Board of Appeals hearing officer order, and that is approved as part of this motion.
Yep. There were just several things that were stated in it. They weren't explicit, but it just made me seem like there might be some miscommunication, or the property owner might be under some different impression. So something for follow-up on that item, just to make sure that that's clear in the future. Thank you.
Now we're ready to vote, Mr. Dreyfus.
Trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Opsmer.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we now move on to 12C, Land Preservation Millage Renewal. So, motion on this. DeShane.
I move to support the attached resolution to adopt the land preservation millage renewal and reduction proposal for placement on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot at the reduced rate of 1/10 of 1 mil for a period of 10 years as prepared by the township attorney.
Supported by Ms. Jackson. Shane, you want to talk about why you chose that?
Yeah, I do. We discussed this at length at our last meeting. And I want to, the most salient point for me is that even with the reduced millage, we're going to remain with enough funds to acquire twice as many acres of land preservation land as we acquired the previous 10 years. So in total, we've acquired about 968 acres with the $10.7 million in township revenue from the millage. On average, we paid, I think we figured out last time, about $11,000 an acre. So with our current fund balance of $4.4 million, we could acquire more than twice as many acres as we acquired the past decade. So that'd be about a total of around 400 acres over the next, with the current fund balance. What we've heard from Director Mazur, and the reality is that the land is that the land has to be for sale to acquire it, and we're hitting a point of diminishing returns. We've acquired the properties we really wanted to acquire that were for sale, and now there's very limited land available that simply isn't available as what was 20 years ago. So we are paying more and more to get less and less land, and that's why it's slowed down so much. Nonetheless, with $4.5 million, we're going to have plenty of money to acquire additional prime parcels should they become available to us. From a treasurer's point of view, I like this because it's a small tax decrease, about $0.25 mil. If we go from 0.33 to 0.1, we're at 0.23 tax cut. We can't forget that the Ready Ride millage was off the winter taxes last year because of a clerical error in the motion. It's coming back on this year. I am at the counter when those tax bills come out and people come in to pay their taxes. It's worth noting that over the past 3 years, this board has voted about $450 per average household in tax increases. I'm sorry, voters have approved around $450 in tax increases to pay for roads and to pay for our police and fire millage. And we do not have unlimited ability to put more millages before the voters. I think it's very likely that they would, no matter the topic, would suffer a great deal more scrutiny today because our residents are feeling like enough is enough. This provides a small measure of relief, and it will only cover the additional millage that they're going to see with the Ready Ride millage. So we need to be cognizant of those tax bills that will be going out on December 1st. Those are my comments.
Mr. Opsmer.
Yes. So, one other thing that I would note on this, and it was something that the Land Preservation Advisory Board discussed. If you trace the history and the origins of the millage, it was actually 3/4 mil. Originally, it was 0.75. And the purpose for slowly kind of fading and reducing the millage was that we needed that initial surge of revenue to create the trust fund, so that we can actually use the interest that accrues on that. It effectively acts like a foundation, and we use that interest for our preservation work and our stewardship activities, and it's what pays for our stewardship coordinator and all of the associated work that they do throughout the year. And so that's why it phased down to the 0.33 mils. And then now over the last decade, the fund balance, in addition to the trust fund, separate from it, as Treasurer DeShane outlined, has grown very healthy. So to date, we still have 28% of all the revenue collected over those 2 decades in hand in the way of that fund balance, in addition to the $7 million trust fund that helps support our annual stewardship activities. So when you look at that, what it's put us in a position to do is annually we will have a budget at the start of this millage, our stewardship budget with the trust fund interest, and the millage will be $200,000, which is a significant increase over the $180,000 that it was this year. And then from there, it'll actually increase over the life of the millage. And the millage will generate $250,000 in addition to the interest and the other funds that go in. So we'll have about $300,000 at the end of this, which would be 55% larger than this year's stewardship budget. So that's kind of the fiscal component, and that was part of the Land Preservation Advisory Board's thought process on this millage and where we are at. And I would just concur with Treasurer DeShane. We're still fiscally positioned to have a better decade than we had in the previous decade in terms of the success of the program. So by no means is the program being diminished or reduced. In fact, we could be twice as successful. It'll depend on how successful we are in convincing landowners to part ways with their land, which at this point is what we're really struggling with.
I would like to, Ms. Wasinski, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd like to concur. Our original goal of 600 acres, we've, superseded. We're almost at 1,000 acres of land pres. So I think that's fantastic. And given the fact that we do have a fund balance, there's still opportunity if some of these properties do come available, if there is property owners that, you know, are willing to sell, we still have that ability to do that with our existing fund balance. I really think the idea of focusing on stewardship, and I mentioned this in last meeting, focusing on stewardship is, I feel, our best step on the existing land that we have. And of course, on board with Treasurer DeShane, you know, we have an opportunity to still serve our community, but also reduce some of the tax base, so or the property taxes. So I would also concur that I think this time is a good time.
I would like to ask Ms. Misner, who's been patiently part of our meeting here, for her input on this. She brought this to us in terms of lowering this down to a 0.1 after working with the advisory board, and I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor and trustees. Yeah, you know, the program's been going on since 2000. We've been very successful. And when we're focusing on stewardship, that's a long process. It's not a one and done type of thing. And so to have, you know, a reduced millage, but ongoing for a number of years will help us to reach our goal in stewardship. And in looking at the budget and what we've spent previously and what we're looking at spending in the future, the Land Preservation Board voted unanimously to support reducing, asking for a renewal, but at a reduced rate of 1/10 of a mil. And I was here at the last meeting or last month, and we discussed this, and then the township attorney has drawn up the language and the supporting resolution.
Mr. Dreyfus.
I've always been extremely proud of the land preservation program. It's a true gem of what we produce, a community asset that really adds to our placemaking. It's innovative. We're one of the state leaders in having created this. The voters love it. Our citizens have always ranked it as one of the most popular millages along with public safety. I supported a higher millage, but based on the people's comments and where they want to go, I certainly support a 1/10 of a mil. And I'm looking forward to seeing some acquisitions along the way. We also benefit from citizens who believe in this so much they're willing to donate land to us, sometimes at a much reduced cost. And we get some pretty good deals along the way. We had 40 acres that we acquired from a woman a year or so ago, maybe a little more, but somewhere around there, near where I live. And that was a phenomenal gift that the resident gave us. Definitely looking ahead for the future for decades to come. So really excited that we're still going to have some money that we can put towards keeping this program intact and adding and enhancing it as well.
Anyone else want to speak on this? I think we pretty much reached a consensus. Yes, Mr. Hopsmer. There you go.
Nope, I'm unmuted now. Simply to double check and make sure I'm reading the millage language correct, because we have one issue with this. So these special millages go on the winter tax bill, correct, Treasurer DeShane?
He's having trouble unmuting. You're still mute. There you go.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the special millages go on the winter tax bill, correct?
Essentially, all township taxes go on the winter bill, and it's school taxes that are on the summer bill.
Okay, so it expires 2019, meaning the December tax bill of 2019, and our millage language reads renewed for 10 years, 2020 through 2029 inclusive. Matt, are you sure that we're good on that?
Yes, thank you for pointing it out.
Okay, just want to double check. Thank you.
Then I think we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Steiger.
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsmer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Misner. All right, we're now going to move on to the EMS fire millage renewal. And we have our chief here. Somebody want to make a motion? Ms. Jackson?
I move to support the attached resolution to adopt the EMS fire protection millage renewal proposal for placement on the November 3, 2020 ballot at a reduced rate of 0.6339 mil for a period of 16 years as prepared by the township's attorney.
Support.
Supported by Mr. Opsimer. All right. Discussion, Ms. Jackson?
This is a renewal of our fire EMS millage that I believe the chief noted authorizes support for 32 paramedic firefighter positions who take as their objective from this millage to provide the equipment and training and support the positions necessary to mitigate EMS and fire emergencies in the township. The previous millage was for 0.6445 mils for 16 years. This renewal will be for 0.6339 mils for the next 16 years.
Yeah, I would note for the public that Headley provision of our Constitution is what causes those changes. And because inflation has been low in the last 16 years, the change, although significant in dollars in many ways, it's been very, very small. Others want to talk? I think we're ready to vote on this one, Mr. Dreyfus.
Got it. Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane. Treasurer DeShane.
I saw him getting up. I'm not sure what happened.
Come back to him.
Computer issues.
Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Okay, we're back. We get so far 6-0. Treasurer DeShane.
I guess it's 6-0 and 1.
6-0. Okay. Motion passes 6-0.
Our next item is the companion, so to speak. It's the police department millage renewal. And we need a motion on this one. Mr. Officer.
I move to adopt the attached police protection millage renewal proposal to be placed on the November 3rd, 2020 election ballot.
Support.
Order by Ms. Jackson. Mr. Officer.
Yep, this is just a simple renewal without the heavily override to counteract the heavily rollbacks that have occurred over the previous 16-year millage. As Supervisor Stika noted on the previous one, our thanks to the 2017 millage, our police and fire departments are, we have sufficient annual revenue to be structurally sound there, and this is just a simple renewal to keep the departments 22 millages where they are currently at. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I guess we're ready to vote on this one.
Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
I think his computer must have failed him. 6-0.
6-0. Motion passes.
All right, we're now moving on to the Land Preservation Advisory Board appointment. I hope you all got this. It was a late edition that Michelle sent out to everybody on the agenda. The Land Preservation Advisory Board is down 2 people. which means it gets close into danger of quorum use. And so I thought it was important to put it on this agenda and get somebody appointed after going through applications and talking to people. Matt Bozon was willing to serve, and I look forward to putting him on this board. So we need a motion. I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Got my hand up if you want to call on me.
Yeah, I call on you, Mr. Osmer.
Okay, hold on really quickly because it's loading. I move to approve the appointment of Matt Bozung to the Land Preservation Advisory Board for a term ending 12/31/2023.
That's correct. Thank you. Is there a second?
Support.
Who was that, please?
Jackson.
Okay. All righty. Mr. Bozung, as the attached information tells you, works for the Granger Construction Company. He's got high interest in the area and is excited. And he actually spoke with some of the members, including the chair of the board, before deciding to go forward with this. So I think he'll be a good member. Are you ready to vote? Okay.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
Wazinski,
Yes.
Supervisor Stika,
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to move on to our discussion items. We have a number of them. They need a break. I'm not calling for one, I'm just asking.
I'll take one.
Yep.
Okay, all right, then we will take a 5-minute, which usually turns into a 10-minute break. Thank you. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're all here now. Oh, Kathy just disappeared on us. There she is. Mr. Geeves or whoever's in charge, are we able to come back?
You are live again, sir.
All righty, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to 13A, special use permit number 20021, the Andev Group, construction of a building greater than 25,000 square feet. Who wants to get started with this? So we have,
Yeah, that's me.
There you go. All right.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I know all the board members know me, but my name is Peter Menser. I'm the principal planner in the Department of Community Planning and Development, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with you tonight. So the item on the agenda here is 13A with this special use permit number 20021, request from Andev Group LLC. If you're following on the packet at home, it's there. The packet, at least on the township website, was broken into two sections. So the special use permit the board is considering right now is on the first page of the second PDF. So that second grouping of the packet. So I just want to provide a very brief summary of the request to date, and then allow the board to discuss the request. So the special use permit in this case is to construct a building greater than 25,000 square feet. And this is for a senior living community. It's at the far east end of Hannah Boulevard on what will be a 10.73 acre parcel. Right now it's part of a larger 58 acre undeveloped parcel located on the east end of Hannah Boulevard. In this situation, Hannah Boulevard is proposed to be extended to the east and to the north. It would end in a cul-de-sac, and this 10 acre parcel would be kind of the middle piece on the east side of that new cul-de-sac. So as I mentioned, there are two special use permits really for this project. The first of which, as noted in the memo, had a public hearing at the Planning Commission. This was to establish the senior living community. In this case, if you remember back last year, the board adopted a zoning amendment for senior living communities. Part of that was allowing them by special use permit as a non-residential use in a residential district. But the land use itself was only subject to consideration and approval by our Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission held the public hearing on the request in June and ultimately voted to approve the request to establish the senior living community. The community itself is 230 units, a total of 543,000 square feet of building area. It would be proposed to be constructed in two phases. Phase one would be 109 assisted living and memory care units, and phase two would have 121 independent living units. So these special use permits ran concurrently, the one for land use and one for the size. The special use permit for size, the Planning Commission made a recommendation and approved, and it is here at the board now for final decision. In your meeting packet is a lot of materials. So it's not only just the materials for this size special use permit, but I also threw in the first staff report for the land use because I think it provides a much more comprehensive picture of the entire development. And it also includes all of their application materials. So you see everything, their floor plans, their building elevations, the site plans, and everything else involved. As was brought up earlier in the meeting, at the Planning Commission, there was consideration. Some of the residents had mentioned they wanted to see a new natural features inventory. The natural features inventory is in the meeting packet. It was provided by the applicant. It was, I believe, 4 years old at this point, and our director made a determination that the study itself is sufficient, at least in our opinion, because the land under consideration that the study was examined has not changed in nature significantly that we're aware of since that time. So that is the issue that some of our residents have, and as you heard at the beginning of the meeting, have made note of. So all the materials are here in front of you. If you have any questions, really the board is considering only the special use permit for the size, since the planning commission already approved the land use. But I'm available here if you have any additional questions.
Who wants to get started? Okay, first hand up was Dan Opsomer.
Thank you, Supervisor Stika. So one thing that stands out to me as it relates to this property and the other properties adjacent to it. So when we had a proposal before us, I think 2.5 years ago now, for an apartment building and some townhomes on the properties that are over in between Hannah Boulevard and Ide Parkway, and then both the vacant parcel to the south of Ide Parkway. And it was during that discussion that the board expressed, I believe it was a 7, board member consensus that we wanted 55 and up housing. We wanted to create that mix of housing over here. Really, that's the only way we can compel it, other than just letting the market conditions do what they do. And I had I was able to go out to the site and walk it with Trustee Wazinski as well, with the invitation of some of the residents. And so when I look at this, what I think the best outcome would be if the project was actually proposed on that site that we had originally discussed. Because in that instance, we could actually preserve this 58 acres to the east, adjacent to the neighborhood. We're quite far down this path, and we had the ordinance amendment before us a year ago. So I'm not sure that that's a real feasibility at this point. But for me, what I would like to see to the current project, if I were to support it, and I still believe moving the entire thing would be the most ideal situation in terms of land use over here. But for me to support this, what I would like to see is a number of changes. First, we're dealing with, in the packet, when you look at it, we're dealing with 57.88 acres, or 57.82 acres actually. And so the developed site, the proposed developed site, is 10.73 acres. The acreage to the south is 30.57 acres, and that's my understanding is there's a deed restriction that actually preserves that land in perpetuity, and it's pretty much all in the floodway, so it's not developable anyway. But that deed restriction has already been placed on that property. So the 16.52 acres to the north, I think there's an opportunity here where I would really like to see that land preserved, either by a deed restriction instrument like the land of the south, or a donation to the land preservation program. As the residents have noted, they have dealt with stormwater runoff issues and essentially wetlands that have come about due to development and the impact to these new land masses that acquire a great deal of stormwater runoff. And so preserving that land in perpetuity to the north would be a protection for the neighborhood. The other thing that I would like to see, if you're looking at the site plan, the proposed site plan, it's 2 stories there on the southeast corner of the site plan, and that's where it kind of jogs closest to the Indian Lakes neighborhood. But the rest of that phase 1 on the north side is 3 stories, and the kind of the connection point there in the center of that phase 1 is also 3 stories. I would like to see that wing eliminated by moving it up an additional story, and that way we'd have a much greater buffer zone. I know at the Planning Commission level, there was discussion about establishing a berm and putting conifers on it and things of that nature, but we have an abundance of very mature trees, and the woodland there on the east end of the property is very thick. So if we were to actually move that wing and elevate it and condense that, we would both reduce impervious surface area, we would reduce how close the development gets to the neighborhood, and we would reduce how close the impervious surface area comes to the neighborhood. And that would help alleviate some of the conditions that the Drain Commissioner Office will have to deal with. And I would rather create that buffer with the natural space than with a berm and trees. Just going through my notes. Another issue that came up during the Planning Commission discussion is the trash and recycling, which is actually adjacent to the north of that wing that jogs towards the Indian Lakes neighborhood. And so that would be, you know, if we make that change to the wing, if ANDEV is willing to acquiesce that and do that, those facilities could be relocated at that time, or perhaps by creating a more thick woodland buffer, that would help with the noise pollution stemming from those facilities. And then another issue, so I reached out to a former board member who's dealt with various projects on over in this area, and they had come up with an idea that's been out there before. So if we deed restrict or donate the land to the north in perpetuity for preservation, you know, we have Dawn Avenue just across the Red Cedar River to the north. And what would really help, because, you know, the residents feel as though, and this board hasn't been able to deal with the developments over here during this time. We've only had one project before us, which we turned down. But the residents to the neighborhood in the east don't feel as though they've gotten a whole lot out of the development over here. But we do have a trail system, you know, it's private property, but if you actually walk it, there's basically an organically established trail system. And we have amenities to the north there. So if we could actually, if ANDEV is willing to, they could create an amenity for the entire area over here by establishing a bridge that would span the Red Cedar. And then these residents would have pedestrian access to Ellison Brewing Company, to Foods for Living, and all the other amenities that are currently over there, or maybe in the future. So that's my thought process as I've communicated with residents on this and brainstormed given the history of the property and where we are at. And I'll turn it over for further board member comment.
Courtney. No, you're muted.
Oh, good. You didn't hear me cuss. As Trustee Opsimer mentioned, we did have an opportunity, met with some residents out at Indian Lakes, and it took a lot of time to walk us through the property. And it is really a treasure over there. And I mean, my first choice would also be to move the entire development over to, you know, the property that was originally discussed between the lodges and Residence Inn. However, knowing that, you know, we're at where we're at, I also, for me to be able to support this project, I really think we need some conditions, and I would certainly support the acquisition or a donation of that 16.52 acres to the north that runs right along the Red Cedar. And it also is adjacent to part of the subdivision and property boundaries itself. Given that, then we could potentially think about, you know, a bridge over the river into some of our new development over on Dawn Avenue. I would support that for sure. I think it's really important that we are reducing the footprint of this entire building. We've got a natural corridor that runs right through there that we really should preserve. It's beautiful property. It's significantly diverse. It's got mature trees, but also has secondary growth. It's got riparian growth or riparian benefits. It's just really a treasure of a land. And I think we could have both, you know, a needed development as well as still preserve a lot of that land. So if we can reduce that footprint and that east portion, if you're looking at the at the site plan, the east portion is really that portion that is closest to the neighborhood, closest to those residents. If we can that and either go up or remove it completely, that would give us that much more buffer between the residential area and this proposed development. So I think that removing that east wing and rethinking that component is really important if in fact we can move the entire development over. And that being said, looking at this as well, we talk about the dumpsters, and then there's also an emergency generator over there, a garage. That's all, adjacent to the property adjoining the residential area. So I think that could easily be moved so that we can reduce the amount of traffic, as well as certainly the noise or anything else that may come out of that part of that development. One thing I really like to consider is really looking at, and then the natural features assessment goes through the types of trees that are located on the property, the diameter of those trees. I would really like to look at those closer and to determine which trees are within that development area. And if there's a way that we can preserve as many of those large diameter and or species of trees that may be adding to that diversity of that area, and looking at that closer and potentially, looking at all the trees that are there and which ones can we save as opposed to just clear cutting that entire area. We have a lot of asphalt and impervious surface that's going to happen as a result. And I think we can use some of that area to preserve some of those trees that, that will be there. The other big concern, and I think we've all seen it in the Planning Commission packets as well as, residents have shared, is this stormwater component, and that we've got significant flooding that's happened within the last few years. I heard some of the residents say that that they have a little lack of confidence in the drain commissioner, but I feel that that is going to be really important, and that's something that I really want to really be focused on and take into account when we're going through this. And I would ask the Planning Commission put that as a condition. So I would ask the Planning Commission to really take that into a big account, that we focus on that drainage, making sure that the drain through there, the Red Cedar River and the property owners aren't negatively affected by this development, and could quite honestly potentially have the ability to reduce some of that flooding that's already happening. So overall, I think, again, I would like to preserve the land in totality. However, knowing that, I think there's some of these conditions that we can do to have both the development, but also preserve as much of this property that we can. I mean, it's used by the residents. There's walking trails throughout. It's used by others to come. I think it's really a treasure to our community, and I'd really like to work hard to be very intentional with this development.
Mr. DeShane, then Mr. Dreyfus.
Thank you. Let me start off by saying I agree with Trustees Hobson, Wazinski, and their comments. But I also want to preface that by saying I do think that NDEF bringing this proposal to the township is a good thing. Our population is aging. We have a need for this type of multifaceted development that includes housing, independent living, and even skilled nursing care. Our population is aging. In my family, we have had the issue of finding a memory care facility for a family member, and it was not easy. And it's a very difficult decision to make, and the highest quality facility possible that you're going to turn over your family member to, because you are truly entrusting your life to that person. And I'm impressed with NDEV's reputation and the other facilities that they've developed. Their initial proposal to us was impressive. They've built these facilities in other parts of the country and have been very successful. The couple of ideas that were thrown out, the first one of moving this to the location between the lodges and the Marriott, it's a great one. It may be too late for that, but if we can move this to the west and preserve that entire parcel, that would be ideal. I think that's a great one. I don't know how much consideration it was given a year and a half ago, but I like that one. If we're going to keep it, develop it where it is now, I agree that we need to have some concessions from the property owners, the Ides. I think the 16 and a half acres to the north that's been set aside for future development, I think that should be deeded to our land preservation program and kept in perpetuity for as a land preserve, and to make sure there's no further development next to Indian Lakes, and to make sure that we don't end up with the lodges 5 or whatever they want to be there, that would be set aside and never developed. Green space is extremely important in our community. And while I haven't done a recent walk through of that property, I have been by there before. It is a beautiful green space. There are some mature trees and species there. If we add this 16 and a half acres to the 30 acres that's already been set aside that will never be preserved, we're going to end up with this parcel, almost 82% of the entire parcel that would then be set aside and never developed. And that's a remarkable thing, that we're developing on 10 of the acres, but we're leaving 45 of the acres or 47 acres to be never developed. I think that's a concession to the an important concession to the residents, and allows for the limited development on that site with preservation of 80% of the land to be kept as it is. I agree with the comment that that wing that jogs off to the east, I heard from some residents there that say that it's too close to their property line, and there's parking there, and they're worried about the dumpsters that may be there. I think Trustee Oppenheimer's idea of adding an additional floor to the two-story wing to eliminate that easterly wing is a good idea. It gives those on the 3rd floor a better view, and it keeps the development more compact, adds to the permeable land, and reduces the footprint of the property. And most important of all, it adds to the buffer between the adjoining neighborhood and this property. So we wouldn't need to build a berm. We could leave a lot of the natural tree vegetation that's there that's quite significant, leave it there, not have to tear it down for this wing and then add a 4-foot berm. The 4-foot berm just was never going to be enough. We would needed something much more, but by adding that 3rd floor and eliminating that wing, we can prevent it entirely. So we've got some really beautiful mature trees here, and there's no need to get those for the sake of extending when we can just go up. The development on Grand River a year ago, and the developer came back with a revised proposal that went up additional floor, and we were able to create a development that was not in the floodplain, you all may remember. I think a similar change in the plan in this case is in order. The idea of a bridge is an interesting one over the Red Cedar to make the area more walkable. There was some talk at some point of that connecting Dawn Avenue to reduce some of the traffic along Hagedorn. We do have all that area coming down from Dawn Avenue, and to make that more walkable could be a good start. And so that's certainly something worth exploring. But in project as it is, I can't support, but I could support it if these significant concessions were made to add a significant portion of the land to our land preservation, and that wing being taken out of the plan and footprint being changed so that we go up rather than out. Those are my comments.
Mr. Dreyfus was next.
Thank you. My first question is for Mark. I'd like to ask Mark a question about this project. Isn't this considered the last phase of the Hannah Lofts project that was originally proposed back in 2007 with all the multi-phases?
This project? that we're talking about tonight?
Yes, right now, this part.
No,
isn't this
that's,
last
that was,
part
this
of the
was,
81
this,
acres?
this property was never part of that original discussion that was conditioned on property being developed as a mixed-use plan unit development, and that's the difficulty for the property that you're saying you would like it to go to, because it's part of this mixed-use requirement. The board changed the ordinance specifically to allow a senior living community in a residential area by special use permit. This property is zoned single family. That was the intent for the use. And if I can, I understand where the board is coming from, but I want to make sure that what they would like to see on the property to the north, that's not part of this discussion, or future use of that property is not part of this discussion. I hate to see that get tied into this, and that somebody says, well, I can't vote for this because I don't know what's going to happen to the north. I'm a little concerned with that discussion, so.
Okay, so you just brought up a bunch of different things I wasn't even prepared for, and now that's I do want to address what you just said, but before we do that, I want to go back because I'm a little confused. I came on the board in 2008, and so I think I'm the only board member here that has gone back to that point. And from what I recall, when Capstone made their original proposal, and then it got revamped, and eventually Collegiate Campus, came in and did the Hannah Lofts. There's 5 phases proposed, and along the way, we had this big issue on open space. How much open space is going to remain? And along the way, we wound up incorporating the use of the Hannah Plaza as part of it. But I was told repeatedly that there was some deeded restricted land that was going to be considered part of it. And I'm pretty sure this is the land we're talking about, that at one point,
No,
there's other deeded land?
No, this is the property to the south of this. And that deed restriction came about when the 6-story office building was built. The Ide company did set that aside with a deed restriction that it wouldn't be developed. And as was said, the majority of it is either wetland or floodplain.
We're talking about the south of the entire 53 acres, or are you talking about the south of this, within the 58-acre parcel? You're talking about the southern part of that parcel.
Right, this property is, as was told, the entire property, I don't remember the exact number of acres, but this southern portion, the about 35 acres, is been deed restricted as undeveloped. Well, will not be developed. And that's south of the drive from Hannah going across the drain. So it's south of that. And it wasn't ever part of the mixed use. This property was never part of that overall rezoning conditioned on part of the mixed use.
So that other parcel, just so I'm clear again, because this is kind of interesting, I was not aware of that. That other parcel, the first one, the MUPUD, was 81 acres, right? That was an 81-acre MUPUD.
It was about 80 acres. It was part of a rezoning that was approved, conditioned on development being done using the township's mixed-use plan unit development ordinance.
Right. Okay. So this, now I'm getting clear here. This parcel is not a part of that 80-acre agreement. So I just want to make sure that was
right. Correct.
Okay. So just because I want to understand how this all ties together, I'd like to have a holistic approach here, not just piecing one parcel from one property owner. I want to look at the big picture here. That 80-acre part of that parcel, isn't there an open space requirement that was told that during the phasing, and wasn't that open space going to adjourn this somewhere across where this property is? Somewhere there, where was that coming into play under the phases? And doesn't that relate to this particular project, this parcel somewhere adjacent to this area then? Because I thought it was the easternmost portion of the MUPUD from the past that we were looking at for that.
No, we can put together information on what exactly happened during that rezoning. But if you take a look at the staff, it's on the first page of the first staff memo that went to the Planning Commission. it shows in red the big area that's under consideration now, or at least what the parcel looks like now. You take the middle chunk of that, and that's what Andev is looking at. It's approximately 10 acres. All the area to the west were Lodges 1, Lodges 2, Marriott, Hannah Lofts, LCC East, all that area, it's approximately 80 acres, is covered by the rezoning condition that all of that basically has to be part of an MUPUD. And the other condition that you may be thinking of, Mr. Clerk, is related to density. So they established a number of units that could be distributed throughout that area. I don't remember the number, it was 1,000 something, but it had something to do with the number of residential units that could be spread throughout that area that was rezoned. So those were the two primary conditions, was development as an MUPUD and then a certain number of residential density.
Okay, well, this all does tie together because this had to do with the concerns of Indian Lakes all along. The first MUPUD was very much opposed by the homeowners association at the time, and a number of individuals really spoke out. That was a very heated and involved discussions that went on for a long time before the development of Hannah Lofts. And part of that involved the open space requirements again, and concerns about a multi-phase approach and what happens as each phase comes down the line and they say economic changes occur and therefore we need to change the project. So on a related note, I personally really would like to see a report about where the open space requirements were met as part of the MUPUD for the other project, because I'm concerned that I'm hearing where I don't know where that open space part ever really came. So I'm going to put that on a side right now, but that is related to this particular project proposal. So I want to know about that open space as it relates to the MUPUD. As for this project, now I'm going to come back to it more clearly. First, my first concerns will align with Indian Lakes neighbors right there to the east. They are the ones impacted. There's water and hydrology issues that have been present for a long time. There was always concerns about cut-through traffic. This proposal will pretty much put an end to the concept of cut-through traffic, which has been a great concern. But of course, there's really the other loss of the green space, privacy, visual aesthetics, wildlife, and any of these other concerns that will affect this neighborhood. So we have a project that's been proposed of a large size, which we've discussed is needed because it's part of the continuum of care concept. And we went through a presentation about what continuum of care means in the United States now, based on changing demographics, and a concept that there's 3 different aspects of taking care of seniors, from independent living all the way to fully needing medical assistance and care. So there's this continuum of care concept. And everybody, I think, that heard this, myself included, all board members, and I think planning commission members, all accepted at face value. It seemed to make sense to have a continuum of care concept. It made sense to all of us. I don't think any of us came up with anything that really stood in the way of going, wait a minute, this concept doesn't seem to be viable. We all said, yeah, this seems to be right. You guys are the experts. You've been developing these communities, and we need these 3 different things kind of now, and it kind of works together. But a funky, unusual, weird thing happened between all of the time this happened, and that thing is called COVID. That thing is a pandemic came along, and suddenly the thing that we thought we had so clearly understood, apparently we don't understand so well. Because we had a citizen who has been involved in research in this area, and she sent a detailed letter talking about the concerns about what the continuum of care concept means in an era of a pandemic. And that the way we do things with nursing homes that we've been doing all this time may not fly as well in the future here. And it's something that we have to consider, particularly a large scale size and scope of a project like this. So we have right now before us a proposal based on a special use permit that's needed for the size of the project. So we have the ability to try to say that the size of the project is too big, okay? We have neighbors that came forth and said, listen, we need to have a natural features study done. And then we have the response came back is we did it 4 years ago and nothing has changed. The neighborhood says, we think things have changed in 4 years because it's 4 more years that have piled on from the end of the other development and 4 years of impact. We should make sure and see what is going on here. And I think that we should respect our neighbors. The cost of this is minimal, and the time that it's going to take to do it is relatively minimal. But what we're doing is honoring the needs and the desires of our community residents who really say this is important to them, important enough to hire an attorney to represent their interests. So that tells you that they're willing to put their money where their mouth is and said, hey, we want a natural features study because we care about the environment and we care about the potential impact of the other developments. And we want to see what's been happening here. And guess what? We may find out that nothing has changed. Well, that's a piece of data that tells us that in the 4-year period, not much has changed. And yet we may find out that there have been some changes we're just not aware of. And I think it would be a wise move for us to do the natural features study. And this way we can check off that box and we can say that the residents have been heard and listened to, and that's the right way to go. Now, in terms of the final part of this concept, which is having that wing stick out on one side and being closest to the eastern border and really affecting that. This is similar to what the projects that we have along the Red Cedar on the other side of the river, which is when we were approving this, I forgot the name of it, but it's the mixed use that has some commercial jutting out near Grand River. It's adjacent to Northwind. Okay, it's not Northwind. It's the project to the east of there. And we had problems with, I did, and actually Trustee Opsmer agreed with me on this particular issue, that the footprint of the building extended too close to the Red Cedar. It was unnecessary. And I was arguing strongly that we need to pull it back. And I think we saved, I don't know how many feet, 20 feet. It wasn't a huge amount, but we did reduce it by going vertical, which was the suggestion that Trustee Opsmer and myself had made, is that it's okay to go vertical on this one because it's not going to affect the privacy of anybody around there to go vertical there. And so that's a very similar issue to what we have here. Okay, like we actually are trying to look at a way to reduce the scope of the footprint so that we can preserve land and go, and maybe the vertical can not be as intrusive. The concern here is slightly different than it was by the Red Cedar, because going higher there, you're really not looking at anybody's backyard and any people who might have their own privacy concerns in their own row of houses that would be adjacent to this. Indian Lakes is different, and going vertical to another, I don't know how many feet that's going to go, that entails 12 or 15 feet higher. I'm not quite sure what that next story is, but maybe 15 feet. I'm not sure. But going up that much higher, is that going to allow people to peer into the backyards potentially of any of the neighbors there? That would be a concern, I would think, if I lived there, is that would be another intrusive aspect of privacy. Maybe this project is too large to consider. We took it at face value and said we're accepting the premise of what was presented to us. Maybe this is an overdeveloped size too. Maybe it could be scaled back a little bit. And yes, the profit margin and the pro forma financials won't look as great, but maybe it can still work if it's scaled down a notch. Then we can pull off part of that wing and maybe not have to go vertical as well. That is a possibility, and I just think it's something worth looking into. So in summary, the most important thing right now, and the most immediate thing, is to do a natural features study. And we also want to consider ways to scale back the project potentially a notch to be able to protect the eastern portion from the adjacent neighborhood.
If I could, I just want to note that the applicant is on the meeting tonight, if anyone's interested in hearing from him.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I called on Ms. Jackson.
My major concern, well, let me ask this question. Mr. Mentor, the natural features study that was done in 2005 or 2015 that was used for this project?
I'm pulling it up right now. I think it was 2015.
I thought it was 16.
Or 16, yeah, it was 4 years old.
It's 4 years old.
Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the concerns that people had with that that particular study being used in support of this project was that it was done in, I believe, November of that year. And that aside from being at least 4 years old with global warming and climate change and all of those kinds of things, we also have a study that was done in a season that's not as representative of the wealth of wildlife activity and ecological activity. And so primarily, I would very much support this idea of an updated natural features study, and particularly in this instance where we're talking about adding a very large building, sprawling building, to a site that already has soil and water and water movement issues. And so to reassess the conditions on the ground and the features that are there in a more contemporary view, I think would be only positive in support of using this land to put a, what is it, 200 and some square foot building on it?
268,000.
Right, right. I think that's not a lot to ask, is that we get an updated assessment of the natural features and natural conditions on that land.
Ms. Sutherland, any comments before I go back to second times for people? I couldn't hear you. You're muted.
I think that, yes, that we would benefit from adding a preservation, in essence, to the property, whether it's on the river or whether it's butting up to the Indian Lakes neighborhood. I think that I'm noting all of that, yes.
All right. Okay, Ms. Wozinski.
Thank you. So I'm hearing everybody discussion. I'm certainly not opposed to a natural features study. I did review in depth the previous study. It is, it's almost 4 years old. It's like, you know, in November, it's 4 years old. It was in November, so I understand that that logic. But it was pretty thorough. Now, some of the residents have a much better understanding of some of those than probably us as board members. But my thought is to look at it as primary prevention. So we could do another study, give us maybe a little bit different results. But quite honestly, I think our position is to preserve as much as we can. So I'm not opposed to the natural features study, but I like to take the position of let's preserve as much land already as there is already there. And thinking about that acquisition of maybe that north 16 acres, and I know Director Kizabaki brought that up. It just, you know, it's developable. Therefore, that's just one more opportunity for more development next to that neighborhood. And truly, if we can preserve some of this land and we can acquire that, whether it be donation or you know, however that we may do that, and in that bridge that I've thought a little bit more about, it really increases the walkability. Like I mentioned, we were out there, we walked that entire property. There is trails everywhere. That would give the students that use that property somewhere, a destination to go, but also gives, you know, the residents a destination. We do have Ellison over there. We do have Whole Foods. We do have Foods for Living. So I just wanted to reiterate that I had thought about that a little bit more, and I think that's a good compromise in helping preserve the land while reducing the footprint.
Before calling out somebody else, I want to mention, you know, I sit on the Corridor Improvement Authority, and the Corridor Improvement Authority, one of their and they were on record having voted for this, and it came partially out of a survey they did of businesses along Grand River. One of their things they're after is a connection of Dawn Avenue, a bridge over the river, over the tracks in the river there, but not just for pedestrians. I mean, they're thinking vehicles, not a big one, you know, two lanes, whatever, with bicycle lanes also. And that's just something to keep in mind. And their rationale is because it was mentioned earlier that, you know, the traffic issues, there's right now, you can't get up there except for Hagedorn or go far east to do it all the way over to Okemos. But I agree with a number of things that you all have said, one of which is it'd be nice to have some of this preserved, obviously. I don't know how you force it on somebody, but obviously it would. I definitely think that the project is too close to Mohican, to the street there, the residences that back up to Mohican. And obviously adding a story is one way of dealing with that. But then there also is this issue of how big a building are we going to be looking at if we live along Mohican. So that's kind of I'm not sure where that ends up. You know, a berm with some vegetation on it doesn't do it for me, just like it doesn't do it, I'm sure, for those residents. It'd be much better to have more distance. This right now is going to have a lot of impervious being added to an area that right now has all kinds of drainage issues already. It's surrounded by floodplains and floodways and everything else, as well as the river on the north. And it's a lot of impervious to be putting there. On the other hand, the project itself, and I realize we're hearing something different in the age of COVID, et cetera. You know, the concept of continuum of care, you know, that was something I was very much involved with. Goes back to, you know, 1980s. Minnesota was a pioneer in terms of states getting involved in it. Michigan got into it much later, but the Department of Health has pushed for, well, the old Department of Health, now would be other names, pushed for years to get developers in the nursing home industry, so to speak, to go in that direction. And there has been a lot of development that way throughout the state. It's a good way to go. It's an old idea, but it still has a lot of viability to it, but for maybe pandemics. So, you know, I'm saying a lot of disjointed things here because it's a tough project to get your arms around in terms of, yes, it's a good project because, you know, for years we've said we don't want another student project there. We want something more like a senior development. We're getting that, and we're taking away too much of the perviousness in an area that already has all kinds of issues with water. You know, I guess right now I have a lot of problems with putting this large a building on that site. So that's where I'm at. Mr. Opsimer.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to add one idea as it relates to some comments that Trustee Wazinski made as it relates to the trees. So the natural feature study did have a very comprehensive and detailed list of all the trees. They're tagged and numbered, and then the specific name, common name, and diameter breast height are all listed in the table. It's Appendix 3 if someone wants to refer to it. So as it relates to Trustee Wazinski's comments, what would be nice, and we've done this with other projects, even single-family residential neighborhoods, is to see the map of that. It might be in there, so the applicant can point that out. I'm sure we're going to get toward the applicant's feedback on the 5 items that the board has really listed this evening. But just an idea is to see that overlaid with the current site plan, to look at what the buffer is in terms of the developed area, and how far in beyond the developed area the curb lines of the parking are they going in terms of coming to Treestown, and also if there's any way to create bump outs or slightly modify the parking to preserve some of those trees. So similar to the Powell Road neighborhood that's currently being built, where we moved the road to account for a very mature oak tree. So just a quick thought on that. Thank you.
Mr. DeShane.
And I appreciate your point, Supervisor, that this does represent us what was called a CCRC, which is the Continuing Care Retirement Community, which is the ideal because someone moves in and they're independent, and as they age and need additional services, they're able to stay in place, less disruptive, and leads to a higher quality of life. And it is the gold standard for what we would hope for in terms of services as we age and age in place. If someone here from ANDEV is able to speak, I would like to get some feedback from them as to these ideas that we've thrown out, and particularly the one that would require them to essentially acquire the 16 acres to the north and as part of this proposal, and then leave it as a permanent land preserve. So if anyone hears from ANDEV, I would love to hear from you right now.
Okay, Stephen, his name is Mike Samuels. You could promote him.
We just promoted him and he should be in the meeting at this time.
There he is, Mr. Samuels. He's muted.
Okay,
There you go.
just unmuted myself. Good evening, all. Oh, do you want me to start video? I can. Okay. There it comes. It's coming. There we go. Hello, ladies, gentlemen. I have been listening to all of your discussion. I'll make a couple of comments to start with, and then maybe we can go back and forth a little bit if you'd like. First of all, as far as the land to the north is concerned, we don't own it. It's not under contract. It's the IDE's property. We can't do anything about it one way or the other as far as this transaction is concerned. So really what happens up there, we have no control of whatsoever. We've just agreed with them that we would put in the road so that we could meet the condition that we were challenged with, and that is to not connect to the residential neighborhood. So we designed the roadway to end in the cul-de-sac and only have an emergency access at that point for fire and emergency services vehicles. Now, when we designed this, there were hearings with regard to the parameters, et cetera, that this type of development would need to have. And we did have some input on those matters, but ultimately they were decided by the township. And our plan that we present has no variances whatsoever from any of the setbacks, from any of the height requirements, there are no variances that we're asking for in this development at all. So in fact, the land to the east, we deliberately set back, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it's, I believe, twice as far as we would need to under the ordinance. We have tried diligently to respect the neighbors. The fact is, they don't own this land. Somebody else owns this land. And the fact that they've been able to use it is great. And we don't, but we can't just sit back and say that, you know, there's some squirrels running around there and therefore we won't develop it. To do a natural features inventory at this point is, I don't know what point there is to it. They listed the woodland creatures, the birds and the woodland creatures that are in the property. The chances that that's changed at all are minimal. The fact that it was done in November, it has to be done sometime. You could do it in November, you could do it in April, you could do it in July, and you're going to get, in cases of migratory birds, you're going to get different animals in terms of the other animals on there. You may have hibernation happens, but not until after November. I don't see a problem with it having occurred in November. And I don't know what the difference would be if we do another one, other than to delay the matter. And that's really what I'm fearing, is that we just get stuck in delay after delay, and we lose a building window, and we may even lose the land. We can't keep the ides tied up forever. So I'm a little frustrated by the conversations. We have tried, as I said, to bend over backwards to do this. We deliberately put the 2-story section nearest the residences. Those are 2-story residences. We said we'll screen it, we'll berm it, we'll leave the tree line. We are trying our best to be good neighbors to everybody. That's always what we do. We can't. The 2-story portion of the building is memory care. Our preference is to have 1-story memory care. But because of the requirements of this development, we needed to go to 2 stories. It's not what we would prefer, but it's as far as we really would want to go. And let me talk also about Athena. Is that her name? Yeah, Athena. I've spoken to her several times, and we probably will be consulting with her when it comes time to finally flesh out this building with the rooms and everything else. One of the things that we've done now in response to COVID is put in, design in outdoor entrances, basically having an outdoor garden space with a direct entrance into the building that would be accessible by family members. One of the problems right now during COVID is that none of the governmental regulations will allow family visits with the people who are living in these facilities. And that's terrible. It's very difficult both for the families and for the people who are living there. So yes, we are reacting to it, and we are trying to make some, well, I'll call them minor changes. We're not talking about changing footprints really, or changing size or anything like that, but just doing things to accommodate the changing situation. If there's something else that I can comment on, I'll be happy to. But we really we're seeking approval, and as I said, I really don't see what benefit other than appeasement. I don't see really what benefit there is to the natural feature study. I've researched the natural feature study. The lady who did it for us, it's not very much money to do a new one, okay? And she may be able to update it, but it'll take several weeks. And again, we're just pushing things back. Is there something that you fear that's in the natural features survey that is going to basically tank the development? And if not, we would agree to do one and give you the results. We've agreed to give the neighbors all of the stormwater calcs that our engineer comes up with when we do final engineering for the property. We'll share that information with them. I can't say to them, you'll have veto power over something, but we're happy to share it with them. I would hope for some more flexibility from the board going forward. That's all. But if you have questions for me, go ahead.
Mr. DeShane.
Yeah, Mike, just a quick follow-up. I wasn't suggesting that you own the property to the north. I was suggesting that as part of making this development more appealing to the surrounding neighborhood, that you acquire it, and that part of the development cost for you would be to acquire it and leave it as a land preserve as a sign of good faith to the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, now I understand what your request is, and that cannot happen unless the Ides are willing to basically donate that property to us. We can't buy that property and not develop it. It's too costly. That's all there is to it. They are planning on doing eventually some development on that property, and they're not going to give it to us for $50,000 or $100,000 for 13 acres. It's not going to happen. I don't. Look, this land is premium land for us, and I don't need to say, the finances in times of COVID are hard enough as they are. We're doing our best to make this come to pass, but I can't make guarantees at this point. And the longer it gets pushed off, and the longer and the more expensive it gets, the less feasible it becomes.
Any other board members? Mr. Opsmer.
Mike, I think you might underestimate the Ides' willingness to negotiate. They've been dealing with land over here for quite some time. They've been dealing with the Indian Lakes neighborhood and previous boards on land use over here. So, I mean, there's the possibility, and they've already deed restricted twice as many acres to the south, 33 and change. Granted, it's in the floodway, but part of the land to the north is also in the floodway of the Red Cedar, and it's adjacent to it. So I don't know if you're from in-state, but I mean, we had massive flooding all throughout the MSU campus and on these sites just 2 years ago. So the hydrology issues are real, and we're looking for a way to get more land. I can appreciate that you've been working on this a long time, but the board never got a concept plan. We amended the ordinance, but this is the first time that a plan's been before the board. My cell phone and email are out there in the public domain, so I'm more than happy to meet on it. And I think you're hearing a consensus from the board that no one's saying no. Meridian is a premium market. We've seen single family residential home builders actually acquire land and donate it to the program or deed restrict it. I don't think there's really a strong preference on our part either way. Obviously, revenue wise, we could just plunk a yes vote on this and approve it and approve the development to the north, and we'd get more tax revenue. But I think what you're hearing is that there's other factors that the board often considers. And I suppose we're the bad guys in this situation. And, I know Mark Klaus personally and have talked to him about this site. Originally, what was floated on this site to me was cottage style, like quadplexes, which would have been predominantly undergrad, maybe a little bit of graduate student housing, which was never going to fly. So, and that's where they went out and approached you. So I don't think you'd have to negotiate at market value. I think we're giving you leverage in that negotiation, because you don't get a say on what the board does want or doesn't want.
Sure. And Trustee Opsmer, I don't know if Mark Klaus is or any of or if David Pearson, their attorney, is monitoring the meeting tonight or not. If they are, you can certainly approach them or ask them, for any kind of opinion. But if what I'm hearing is you want us to come back and go, I'm not sure what I'm getting from you guys. Redesigning the building would be very, very difficult. It would take a long time. As I said, we would resist very strongly putting a third floor on the memory care wing. And if it means going back to the Ides and talking to them about the land to the north, we can talk to them, but assuming that we don't get anywhere, is that our death knell? Is that, I mean?
Well, we can only we're not voting tonight on anything. We're only giving you our input at this point. So, you know, we can't answer that question directly, Mike.
I understand that.
Anyone else? Okay. Do you have any idea of the direction you need to go, Mike, from what you've heard?
Well, I'm not exactly. Is it just going to come back to here, or are you talking about referring it back to the Plan Commission? That's my best, my most.
No, we're talking about it coming back here.
Okay. And that's in 2 weeks?
It could be in 2 weeks.
Okay. Well, I can go back.
Or it could be longer if you need longer.
Pardon me?
Or it could be a couple of meetings if you need longer than 2 weeks.
If you need, okay, because I don't know exactly how long it'll take if we do go ahead and order an update to the natural features inventory or survey. So I don't know what that would entail, but
I don't know if we have a consensus on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Opsimer?
You can only get so much. My preference is to seek tangible outcomes, buffer distance, and the land to the north being preserved. That's my preference, rather than to focus our time on a study that I'm not quite sure what it changes in terms of our position.
I agree with that. Mr. Lane, did you want to comment staff-wise?
Thank you, Supervisor Steig. If it helps the board, I've been taking notes. I'm sure Peter and Mark have as well. We can relay the board's suggestions to the developer, Mr. Samuels, and assist him in reviewing those requests and sort of repackaging this up to bring back to the board at a future meeting, if that helps the board.
And a couple things too to add, just, I don't know if it makes a difference. The building coverage on this site right now is 19%. Ordinance would allow 35% building coverage. That setback for the memory care, the 2-story, the ordinance requires 50 feet from the property line. This setback is almost 170 feet right now as proposed. So it is a bigger buffer than would have been required under the ordinance.
Anyone else besides Dan? Go ahead, Dan. Oh, I already called it Dan.
Just a quick, I'm going to be quick. Just a quick clarification though, Mark, on the setback. That setback is from the building, not the parking line, correct?
Correct. It's for the building setback is 50 feet, and I don't have it right in front of me what the parking lot. There is some parking that goes on that side.
Yeah, and so most of the remaining of our zoning ordinance, like if I build a deck, or my driveway, setbacks apply to those other structures on the site, like my sidewalk or my driveway or my deck. And this was our first time in crafting an ordinance like that. So I just wanted everyone to be cognizant that the buffer zone, when we refer to it, it's from the building, not the parking that wraps the building. But there is a decent, thicket of woods there. I stood right basically on where the parking would end. You can see some homes if you kind of kneel down and look through. You can see some homes, but the winter, even if it's reducing some of the memory care units, or not the memory care units, but some of the other units in the 3-story and shifting the memory care up a little, that's another alternative. It's impossible to say that this is the only way that you can configure this many units on the site.
You're absolutely correct, but depending on how much of a pencil you take to the drawings, it makes a lot of it makes a difference. It makes a difference in where we do our soil tests. It makes a difference in Adding or deleting a story is one thing. Reconfiguring the entire structure of buildings and that would be another. But again, it just delays it. And if that, I can't, you know.
All right, Mr. Dreyfus.
I can't say anything other than that. That's your decision.
Okay, you know, I hear the comments about the natural features study being sort of irrelevant, but I think we're missing the boat on this. Like the applicant just said that it's actually not that costly and it might take a couple of weeks. So why are we discounting what the people most affected by this want? How does it hurt to have us listen to what the neighbors say? They've only put one specific request right now. And just because a few people here, some of us on the board don't agree with it, doesn't seem to respect what's really going on here. A 2-week, first of all, we're not delaying the project by 2 weeks. Why can't there be simultaneous activities and work being done while there's a natural feature study going on? We can have that in play while we discuss trying to protect and preserve the northern part of the property. So there doesn't have to be an either or scenario. We can do the natural feature study, and again, if it turns out that not much has changed, then we have helped the neighbors have a piece of data that can help set their mind at ease. And I think that's a small price to pay to have that occur. And we may find out that there is something that turned up that nobody knew. So it's worth it, because a project like this is supposed to last decades, right? Decades, not 5 years, but it's going to last for decades. So doing a little bit of extra preparation for another week or two while you can do other things does not seem to be a harmful burden for an applicant to undergo on this. And this project has actually been moving fairly quickly, all things considered. It's not like this thing has been bogged down for several years. We're moving at a pretty good pace here, trying to deal with it. And I understand the applicant, of course, wants to get this done as soon as possible. However, we really have to do our due diligence.
Right, and we have no quarrel with the township or any of the timings or any of the meetings or treatments that we've received. No, absolutely not. That's not been a factor in what I'm talking about in terms of time. But now, you know, things are moving more quickly, if you will. As I said, I don't object to having the report updated and submitting it. I don't, like I said, is that, but well, we can do it.
Okay,
And you can vote against it too, I suppose.
Let's have you do whatever you've heard from us here, and maybe Mr. Lane or somebody will help you with that. And then we'll have you come back for another discussion and hopefully move this along. Okay?
That'll work.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, our next item is rezoning number 20010 Hocho Okemos Road RR, rural residential to RAA, single family low density.
Hi, everyone, again. So rezoning 20010 is a request to rezone 4.67 acre parcel that's located on the east side of Okemos Road, just south of Hazlitt Road. The address is 5654 Okemos Road. The request is to rezone from RR, rural residential, to RAA, which is one of our other single family low density categories. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this request at a meeting in June and recommended denial of the request, and the reasons are stated in your staff memo. The applicant, I know, is here. This is a significantly larger parcel. If you take a look at the first staff memo that the Planning Commission saw, you'll see this is a significantly large parcel in that surrounding area. Ultimately, while the applicant is online and is available to answer any questions, my understanding is the impetus for the rezoning would be so that ultimately this lot could be split and another house constructed on the property. the staff, we did a review on this when it was at the planning commission level. And basically, you know, RR zoning requires 200 feet of lot frontage. And it really couldn't be divided as is. So if it was rezoned to RAA, it looks like they could probably get 3 parcels. Now there is an existing house, so that notwithstanding, they could theoretically get 93 lots with 90 feet of frontage each if the property were rezoned.
Okay.
So if anyone has any further questions, the applicant is on the call and available to answer any questions you might have as well.
And the planning commission did recommend denial of this, is that right?
They did. They recommend denial.
Yes. Who wants to start the discussion? Mr. DeShane.
Stephen, can you ask him to unmute?
You're muted, Phil.
Sorry. I move to adopt resolution recommending denial of rezoning number 200.
Well, we're not, this is a discussion. We're discussing.
Oh, correct. All right. Okay. It appears to me it was a unanimous decision on the planning commission's part. And I guess I would have to have a compelling appeal from the applicant as to why the planning commission is unanimously wrong. So if the applicant is here and like to speak, I would be more than willing to hear his response to the planning commission denial.
Okay, we can get him pulled up. Thanks, Phil. It's Lawrence Cho, Stephen.
I'm sorry.
Lawrence Cho, I believe, is on the line.
He's being promoted right now.
Thank you.
Because this is a 4.7 acre, I like the divide one with the
Could you
house.
speak up, Mr. Cho, could you speak up a little louder, please? We're having trouble.
Yes, yeah, I divide these two lot, one with a house about half acre, and the other one is about 4.1 acre. I wanna keep up and with the small kind of my retirement project. And the house, if I sell it, I can use that revenue to develop the other 4.1 acre. I can make some mushroom farm with lots of a tree. I can use the tree. That's what is my retirement goal. Across to my property to west side, that is RAA. Also across to the south side, across to the Levy Road, that is corner RAA. Also behind my property, north side, that is a commercial zoning. That's why I ask RR2, RAA, and then I can divide at least 2 parcel, one with a house about half acre. I want to sell it and keep up about 4.2 acre for my future development. That's what I ask.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Mr. DeShane?
I'm glad he responded. I'm not convinced, but we're not deciding this tonight anyway.
Anyone else want to talk about this one? Mr. Epsmer?
Principal Planner Menzer, so there's a wetland, it appears, based on the wetland map, that is on the north west corner of the property. Would that impact the frontage there to bring in a driveway and put a home on it?
It might, yeah. And if future development was proposed here, we would definitely require a delineation to show us exactly where the wetland boundary is.
Yeah, so if you split the lot frontage, that wetland might nix the whole point of this rezoning, if that wetland were to be an issue. But So what I would need, similar to what Treasurer Duchesne said, is a very compelling reason. I mean, it is adjacent to C1 commercial, but it's literally in a sea of RR in Hazlet. So it would be completely out of character to rezone this, given 50 some odd adjacent parcels that consume this area to the north, south, east, and west outside of the immediate corner there at Hazlet Openness Road. So that's what I believe the Planning Commission was looking at when they chose unanimously to deny this. So right now, I would be in denial.
I owned this one since 1995, about 25 years. I never had flood or any water problem because wetland map, I don't know when they prepare, but this is nothing that much different. Also, if I want to develop to the other side, I have to make at least some kind of pond or reservoir for snowmelt. Yes, they have enough. This is a 280 wide, 280 foot wide to Okemos Road. That's why if I divide two small partial about half an acre and leave about 4.2 acre for my mushroom farm, I don't have any trouble to the in and out or anything.
Okay. Anyone else want to discuss this? Mr. Dreyfus, you're mute.
Hello, I don't want to repeat the comments made by my colleagues, so I'm just going to say that I agree with the comments that have been made so far, and I also agree with the recommendation made by the Planning Commission in the unanimous vote. I do try to support property owners, and if they want to make some improvements and do things. I was on the Zoning Board of Appeals many years ago. I try to find ways to let people work within the ordinances or even give a variance at times when needed to maybe make something work if it can, do sometimes occasional little bit of compromise. But in this particular case, the reasons given seem to stand on their own. There really is no compelling reason to change this. It's really about economics more than anything, and that's not one of the main factors that's usually on our list. Is economics can be a factor, but it's not the primary driving force for a lot of our decision making. In this particular case, I think the land use and the zoning is appropriate as is.
Anyone else on the board have anything? Yes, Courtney. You got to unmute.
I would just concur that, according to the land use map, it seems appropriate, and I'm not convinced why we would need to change that. And the Planning Commission at a unanimous vote, it would be a lot for me to have to change that as well. Change my mind.
All right, I'm hearing a consensus that we're going to deny this and have this come back for action in the next meeting. Okay, we're after 10 o'clock. We have a practice of not going further in the agenda unless we vote so. Does anybody want to vote to continue down our agenda, and how far? Mr. Opser.
I move that we vote to complete the agenda.
Support.
Supported by Courtney Wazinski. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. You want to complete the agenda? All right, I see 6 hands. I didn't see Kathy's hand.
Okay.
All right, 7. Thank you. 7-0, Mr. Davis. Okay, we're going to move on then to C, which is rezoning 20030. It's from the Planning Commission, 5937 Potter Street, 1 commercial to RN mixed residential.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'll be quick here. The Planning Commission held a public hearing in June. They ultimately recommended to approval, or to, excuse me, to approve the rezoning. They actually were also the party that initiated this rezoning. I think what I'd like to point out the most is back in 2007, Planning Commission initiated a rezoning in that area of 5 parcels that were previously zoned C1 to rezone those to RN. At the time, the owner of this property on Potter Street objected to including his property in that parcel or in that rezoning. So those other pieces that had been previously zoned C1 were all zoned to RN except for this piece. So now a buyer came along, and actually they did buy the property, and they want to redevelop the house, which if you've seen is in pretty bad shape. But they're limited on the non-conforming use because now a single-family house in C1 zoning is non-conforming use, and it really poses some challenges for a homeowner. So they came to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission initiated the rezoning and recommended approval, and that's that so far. So if you have any further questions, we can represent, or I can represent the applicant in this case.
Ms. Jackson? You're muted.
Yes, I appreciate the predicament that the applicant, that the planning commission is in this instance, or that the owner is in this instance. And I would clearly support the planning commission's decision to rezone this C1 property to RN, even in view of the difficulties that presents. They would be able to continue to use it as a residential property and to repair it and live in it, I guess, or use it in some other way allowable in an RN district.
Mr. Officer?
Yes, so I guess I would hypothesize that the previous owner, the former owner, may have thought that one of the adjacent businesses might have an interest in that property and sat on it. And Principal Planner Menzer shaking his head and seeing as though he sold to someone that wants to redevelop it. This makes perfect sense now to kind of settle the zoning issue. And I want to thank Peter and the Planning Commission for bringing this forward as a township initiated rezoning so that the homeowner didn't have to pay for it. It was the previous property owner that tried to kind of leverage possibly that commercial zoning. So we have the same issue, almost kitty corner in terms of the Marsh Lake Lansing intersection. And this is just one of those bizarre issues that happens in those older parts of the community, whether it be downtown Okemos or downtown Hazlet. So thank you for bringing this forward as a township initiated rezoning.
In fact, the Marsh Hazlet area came to my mind as I reviewed this. I agree with the comments of both Dan and Pat. Anyone else want to comment on this? All right, we'll bring it back for action next time then.
Thank you.
All right, so now we go to special use permit number 19191, Green Peaks Innovations Medical Marijuana Provisioning Center on Northwind Drive.
All right, thanks again. So this is the special use permit to construct a commercial medical marijuana provisioning center. It's on an undeveloped parcel on the east side of Northwind Drive, just south of Grand River Avenue. Right now, for the you probably would recognize it as a community garden site. Has been used that way for some time, but when the township board adopted the medical marijuana program, an applicant came to us with the site for development. So this would be new construction because it's currently undeveloped. So the Planning Commission held the public hearing on this request and voted to recommend approval. And you'll see the reasons in the staff memo. The overall project would be to develop a 2,700 square foot commercial medical marijuana provisioning center. It meets the qualification, I'll just summarize the staff memo, but it meets the qualifications in terms of setbacks from other uses like churches, schools, and it checks all the boxes in terms of being in the right zoning district and being located in one of the overlay areas. So I believe that you heard from the applicant earlier. I think he's still on the call. He is. So if you have any more questions for me or for him, we're here for you. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Anyone else? Mr. Opsimer? You're muted right now, Dan.
Thank you. I was just briefly going to say that everything is in order in the packet, and I think the elevation for the proposed site and development looks great. Obviously, the Dawn Avenue commercial and industrial area is going to be one that probably transforms quite a bit over the next decade or two, and this is yet another project that is needed over there.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Deshane? You're muted.
Yes, I just have a quick question. On the location map, I see there's a Protege Academy to the south and then the word play to the north. What is the Protege Academy and what does that word play indicate?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So Protege Academy is, they took over the former, was it East Lansing Food Co-op building there, and they are a instructional center for salon. So barbers, hairstylists, they run a program there that trains those folks. Play to the north, if you saw, there was a late communication from Brian Hicks, who actually owns this property. He owns the shopping center to the north, which includes Capital Lighting and Play. Play is like a drop-off play center for children. So it's a place where you can go. It's not a licensed childcare center, but it's a place where you could go with your children, maybe have a cup of coffee while they play on some of they have some pretty unique things to play on in that building. The letter from the packet, though, Mr. Hicks noted that Play has now vacated their space in the shopping center, so they're no longer in there. You may have heard he also referred to Platinum Dance Academy. They were on the back part of that building that Play is in. That's the same owner, and they both, to my understanding, vacated the shopping center.
Okay, that allays my fears. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else have any questions on this one? Now we'll plan on having this one come back for action also.
Thank you.
Okay. We now come to rezoning number 20040, Michigan Baptist Convention, 06 Hagedorn Road, RR Rural Residential to PO Professional Office.
Okay, me again. So I'm just getting sorry. We're almost moving too fast for me to mouse through everything here. This is a rezoning that's proposed on the east side of Hagedorn Road, south of Ide Parkway. It's a 4.999 acre parcel that has historically been the home of the Baptist Church. So the applicant has requested to rezone. It's currently zoned RR Rural Residential. The church is no longer in operation. I apologize if the train is going by. You might not hear me for a second, but the property is currently zoned RR. The church is no longer in operation. So the church is looking for options on how to use this property. They proposed to rezone to PO Professional and Office. Planning Commission held their public hearing on the request at its meeting in June, and its first meeting in July voted to recommend approval. A little history on this, I just want to kind of differentiate from a previous request that you saw last year. There was a rezoning request last year from a group called Minerva that they proposed to rezone this property with conditions to develop it as an MUPUD. Ultimately, that request was withdrawn. This is a separate request from the church owners themselves, so not a development company, but the church, just to do a straight rezoning, no conditions, straight from RR to PO. So I do know that there are representatives of the applicant are on this call and available to answer any questions, and I am as well.
Yeah, the board had a lot of trouble with, or a lot of issues with regard to the Minerva request. This one is obviously very different. Mr. Apsomer.
Yeah, so as it relates to the previous request, when that was before us, this was exactly what I had asked for. So I appreciate the church owners bringing that forward. And I look forward to whatever project they might bring us, but I will be supporting the rezoning, and I appreciate staff's time on this property.
I think there was a pretty uniform consensus that we thought this is the direction it should go. Mr. DeShane.
Yes, I concur. The rezoning makes great sense. The MUPD that we saw earlier did not make sense, and the fact that two were tied together made it difficult to act. And I'm really glad the church has brought this back so we can get the rezoning done, which should be done. Then we'll look at another development sometime down the road with the proper zoning in place rather than the RR. PO is much more appropriate for this parcel.
Others? Mr. Dreyfus.
I concur with everything that's been said, both regarding the previous one where I had concerns with the MUPUD and ultimately concerns about it being additional student housing. And I think it's appropriate that this could be rezoned for professional office on its own.
Alrighty, then we'll have this one come back for action. Okay. See, it was a good motion to go past 10 o'clock. In 20 minutes, we got a lot done. All right, we now come to comments from the public. Do we have any comments from the public, Mr. Kiwi?
Athena had her hand up first. There she is. So Athena has her hand up, followed by Katie McPherson. Athena, please state your name and address once more for the public record.
And again, you're limited to 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, Indian Lakes 4738 Arapahoe Trail. My last conversation actually with Mike Samuels was I got this great idea when I heard about Baptist Convention Center with its 5 acres, that might be a better place for relocating the memory care facility because it would lend itself to small houses. There was enough space that you could have a lot of small houses, which is what everybody's recommending now. But then I lost after that. He stopped communicating to me, and so I haven't had a communication with him since then. But that was my idea. We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone in this township and actually provide a kind of care that people would really want. I've talked to some professionals, and they said I'd really go for that greenhouse. That sign me up, But I mentioned another 2-3 story memory care facility, and I wanted to ask you. I wasn't privy to what a CCC is because I know about CCCs, but the best, they vary. The best are those that are genuinely continuing care that allow for true aging in place. True aging in place means you don't have to move. It means that you've got your caregiver with you if you do have to move. So there's as much continuity as possible. What my sense is that most care CCCs are economic ways of you sign in and you give a certain amount of money and then you're kind of covered for life depending on what your particular needs are. That may help cover you economically, but depending on the philosophical model and the genuine continuity with caregivers, it may not be what people are signing on for. So I think and I don't know what this particular CC is because we never had that discussion. So I just wanted to, I think you really need to know what you're getting. And I would really like to, I would be glad to talk with Mr. Samuels further about that as well. But before you get too excited, or maybe it is worth getting excited, think about what you're signing on for and where would you like to be when you get older. So I'll just stop, especially with COVID not going away anytime soon.
We've been losing you there, Athena, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, think about where you want to be when you get older, especially with COVID not going away anytime soon.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on public comment, Mr. Geeves?
Yes, sir. We're going to transfer a call in right now, and then we have another person in the Zoom attendance as well. Caller, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Phyllis Vaughn, 6100 Baylog Court, Hazlet. Am I there?
You are there.
Yes, Phyllis.
Oh, okay. Like what the lady just said, where would you like to be when you get old? I know I disagree with this, a couple board members on this subject, but you're talking about the trees, you're talking about the river, you're talking about all this beautiful green stuff. What are you talking about the care for these people? Who are going to be their caregivers? Are they going to get paid $9 an hour and come off the street with no background checks? I'm sorry, but I owned an adult foster care home for 10 years, so this is quite close to my heart. I live at Grange Acres. Some of you may know that. And the noise you're going to endure as a neighbor, trees aren't going to stop it. When we had the condominiums built here, you could hear every rock move and every tree cut down over there. And here on a daily living basis, we have the deliveries, the caregivers, CATA, the lawn care. People have skilled nursing. This is not continuum of care. This is a warehouse for seniors. I know Phil doesn't agree with me, and I don't know if Dan does or not, but I've dealt with this. I've seen this. This is not a good project. If it's a nursing home, make it a nursing home. Here at Grange Acres, it's supposed to be independent living. Very few of these people are able to even get to their door in the winter. Okay, that's all on that subject. I want to say congratulations to everybody that won the election. I'm thrilled, and you all owe Dan a dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, you said, Mr. Geeves?
Katie McPherson has been allowed to speak, and I'm asking her to unmute right now. Ms. McPherson, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. This is Katie McPherson. I'm at 4715 Mohican Lane. I would like to comment on the board discussion item, special use permit number 20021 Andev Group. First of all, I would like to thank the last caller and Athena for their concerns. And I'd like to thank you all for your thorough understanding of potential consequences and your residents' concerns. I would also like to thank the trustees for their due diligence of walking the property and speaking to the community members. It's refreshing to know that you took time to look into this personally. Trustee Wazinski is correct. This is a treasure. During this meeting, I saw a beautiful blue heron fly through my backyard. This is so much more than, quote, squirrels running around, like Mr. Samuels stated. The Planning Commission felt that the natural features assessment was sufficient as they assumed the property has not changed. As you all have pointed out, the survey was done 4 years ago and in November. You are all Michiganders and know how sparse wildlife is in November. One of many frustrations I have is that residents have been requesting that the survey be updated since the Planning Commission's public hearing on June 8th. But those requests, like many of our concerns, have been arrogantly dismissed. If a nature features assessment is redone, I beg that it is done as soon as possible, as we are already in August. If we push it out further, the wildlife will begin to migrate. I would be remiss if I don't point out that the Natural Resource Survey was the discussion item during the last Planning Commission meeting, that the Roberts Rule of Order was ignored. Finally, concern of delay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is more important to consider the green space, community, and residents rather than rush a decision because a developer is worried about a delay. Thank you for my time. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, also, I have Joe Zimmerman in my house. He would also like his 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Start with his name and address, please.
Sure. Again, I probably don't need 3 minutes. Joe Zimmerman, 4715 Mohican Lane. I'd like to talk one more time about the water. I can look in the back here and see how many trees have died over the years by increasing water levels. These trees didn't just grow there because there's always been water there. They grew because it was a good place for them to grow at one point in time, and the water level rising has been fighting that off, killing trees left and right. And I've taken the drone videos, and I'd love to share them with you all, so that you can get an idea of what it looks like in May of this year during our flooding. It's really sad to see all of this 10 or more acres full of water. And that's going to force the wildlife into the areas that are talked about being developed on, and they won't have anywhere to go. If any of you are interested in the videos, I'm happy to share. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Steichen, we have no more hands raised and there are no calls coming in at this time. You're muted, sir.
I said, any other comments from board members? And if not, we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Okay.
Support.
Moved by Absamer, supported by Wozinski. All those in favor of adjourning, put your hand up. Everybody's hand. Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
And everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thanks.